Hey everybody, how are y'all doing tonight? It's good to see all of you. And welcome to the new ones. Much appreciated. I'm going to open with prayer and then I'll drop the link and we'll talk. That's okay. Hey somebody, good to see you. Hope y'all join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you today and ask you to please put your hedge of protection over this channel and everybody in it. Anyone who's just coming through, let them be protected from all the evil. Father, we want to thank you for letting Rob be at home, letting him be sort of okay. Lord, I know he's stubborn and hard-headed, same as me, but we ask you to just keep healing his body and let him gain his strength back, get back to himself so he can do what he needs to do. Father, I ask that you don't harden the hearts of the people who are facing these things every day. It's tough to deal with. We know what it is, and we know this is worldwide. Just ask you to bless everyone in here. Let us have some fun and a good night. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So I guess most of y'all seen Rob. He's not going to just sit around and be still, is he? I told Louise she needs to put that dog on him. Bear's 150 pounds. He might be able to keep him down. Kentucky Patriots, good to see you. God bless you. Okay, let's see if I can get everybody's names. Tony and Katie, Linda, Loved Garden, Larry P, Jen, Cindy, Red, Country Christian, good to see you. Jen, I think I said Jen. Let me go up. Y'all are chatting quick. Garrett, Sassy Cat, Sean, Quilt Art, good to see you. Black Watch, Patrick Kelly, I think I saw Shane. I hope I got everybody. Okay, y'all gonna leave me here to talk alone. So today I was riding with one of my friends. I went and picked her up. I'm sorry, I think it was yesterday. And we were just talking. And I said something about my phone getting hot. And she said, what does that mean? And I said, I don't know. And so we were just talking about it. Could be the battery, could be whatever. And I said, do you remember when we first started getting these phones? Praise the Lord, thank you. There is rain coming down good. Ooh, we need it. But I said, do you remember when we first started getting the cell phones? And there was this huge warning as soon as you opened up the book that came with it, all the warnings. And I said, I don't notice the warnings anymore like I used to, and wonder if there's a reason for that. And then I wonder, do we just try to make something out of everything? Yep, Carl. I didn't know if I should put the killed part. You know how YouTube is. So, yep, it's the radio star. And there was a reason for that, too. Hello, Shane. Are you going to say anything?
Well, you're just busy talking. And used to, when you get them books, you remember when you get them books, you open them up and they warned you about lightning and static electricity. You
Hmm.
remember those with the analog phones? Analog works on a lower frequency, where digital works on a really high frequency. And so, in other words, it uses less bandwidth, so it's harder for lightning to attach to. Now, I'm not saying it can't, but used to on the old analogs, it used quite a bit of bandwidth, so it was enough to actually grab, and that you could get a static electric charge. And that's where it changed because you won't see it in these new books anymore.
No, but it used to talk about the whatever the bad stuff was that the cell phones put off. That they would tell you not to keep it close to your ear too long, and
Right?
now people are like living on them all the time. And I was just thinking, even the way that I just all of a sudden got arthritis in my hand. And is it because I've been modding on my phone with my hand, or because my right hand is real worse than the left? I don't know. It just it just kind of made me think about all the everything we've heard it causes brain cancer and stuff. Don't know what's true anymore.
Yeah, you never know. I'm sure they admit some kind of digital. I'm sure it can mess with your mind because anything electronic can mess with your mind a little bit because your brain works off electrical neurons. So I can see where it could, certain sounds and stuff could actually affect your thinking ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's somebody G decided he was going to change his name to somebody G and just leave it. He changed it over online.
Aw,
Yeah,
good deal. We need positivity. We need laughter. We need fun. We need food. We need good friends. Whoops. Speaking of, do y'all hear my rain?
yeah,
I just love the sound of that on my
yeah. You'll be
metal.
snoring here in a minute. I'll keep them going. I just can't bring anybody in for you. Go in, get in now, or when she falls asleep, I can't help you.
Wait, I'm sorry, y'all. Just a second. I see. There it is. Hang on to that. There's Dorinda. Blackwatch, I hope that you're not crackly. Here we go.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing, Dorinda?
I'm doing okay.
Well, I don't hear any crackling. Oh, there it goes.
Bonnie,
Yes.
could you phone Shane and tell him I'm over here? You can shut it down now.
Is he still running live over there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, if I knew you was coming over here, I'd have kept mine live.
I just,
Oh, Sassy Cat. Yes, I remember that clip with it popping the popcorn.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Okay, we need to leave our cell phones. I heard Hawk say it on Shane's. Put it down and walk away. Let it just sit there.
Mm-hmm.
You come
It's
back
somebody.
and
Gigi's not here. If Gigi comes in with purple hair, I'll put it back on. Just saying.
so it's got to be Russian. I don't even know how to say that.
What's that?
Sugar night. Sugar
Yeah.
night.
Sugar night.
Suganite is how I would pronounce it.
I don't know. But okay, it's on Amazon. I'll have to come back and watch this and get that information. So did you make anything new today, Dorinda?
No, I did not. I was trying to wash my truck, and the hose and I were not getting along. I didn't get my truck washed. I was actually having a fight and yelling at the hose for a while. So yeah, that's how my day went.
I think I told you earlier, that's pretty bad when a hose whips you.
Yeah.
I have been hose whipped. But I've never had a garden hose whip me.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Well, you see, Shane, now we get the Canadian verb of poser. That's where it comes from. That's where the Canadian term poser comes from. What Dorinda just went through.
Hey, Garrett. Dadgummit.
You know, I think Palin's her glory days are over. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I just think her glory days are over.
I just know my cousin in Alaska was hoping for her.
Bonnie, I messaged you that word bracelet and pendant and decal to put on your phone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dorinda.
Well, it's easier for me to do that than for you to come back and rewatch the show, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Well, I was just trying to help you out a little bit. I was trying to be the nice person that I can sometimes be. My hose doesn't think I'm a nice person today.
Oh, Dorinda. There you go.
Oh, yes. We were talking
We
about
talked about
that on
that.
Shane's. So I might do that. Yes, I'll have to think about it. I want to put some curl into that purple wig too because it's kind of flat.
I just can't wait till it melts on her head. She can't get it off. She has to walk around like that for a couple of weeks.
That ain't gonna happen. I was thinking of putting like pieces of sponge inside the little cappy thing for the wig because it gets a little hot. And I thought if I had the spongy things in there, it might not get so hot. I don't know.
That's true.
But I also got a couple more headbands that I can decorate too, like my other ones. So hey, whatever. You never know what the heck I'm going to come up with. You really don't.
Yes. I have headbands in my craft stuff. I used to make the girls all their headbands, I made little flower. Woo!
Kind of good.
I heard that.
That's sleeping weather right there.
Sorry, Tony Lee made me laugh.
Oh, I love the sound of it. I just know what it's doing to my tomatoes and peppers out there.
As long as it's raining with it, Bonnie, we're happy for you.
I am too.
I've been praying that you get rain, so I'm really happy that's working.
Thank you so much.
I didn't go out and do a rain dance in my front yard like I did a while ago, but you know, we needed the rain here too, so I kind of figured we needed it, so I didn't do it. But if we get a lot of rain, I'm going to be doing it again.
She'll be all right unless she gets some of them great big time release water caplets. I think they call them hail.
Yeah, well.
It'll tear up a garden in a hurry.
Well, yeah. Well, my garden's in 5-gallon buckets, so I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it would do some damage still. But well, Shane, you just had to make me think of that. Now I'm kind of
Well, it's just the obvious. But I don't think you should because your storm didn't like that. Look like it was going to do it. The storm looked a light and thunder show, basically.
Okay. What did you do just now, Shane?
What do you mean?
Well, because I was having a hard time hearing you when
Yeah,
you first started to talk to Bonnie, and
yeah.
then the latter part of it came out clear.
She unmuted me.
Oh,
if you were muted, she wouldn't have heard nothing.
well, yeah, that's
No.
true too, Bonnie.
Well, I was looking down. I have to take care of a few things. So when I look down, I'm talking to the floor, not the computer.
Okay.
Did I just say that? Nothing.
Yeah. Nothing, honey. Nothing, honey.
Nothing.
Sorry.
I'm still working on my English.
We used to say that all the time up here. I don't know how about the States, but we did. Nothing, honey.
Well, yeah. When I'm joking around, I'll say nothing, honey, or something, but that just came out like normal.
Say around my house, my mom would bring me a bowl of cereal of nut and honey because they had a cereal called that.
No, you know what? I never had nothing, honey cereal as a kid.
Yep.
And my kids never wanted it because I'd ask them. Nope. Okay.
Always kid, you'll eat anything that's got a little sugar in it.
Can you sing the jingle for us?
Yes,
There
Shane.
ain't nobody here but us chickens. There
No,
ain't
because
nobody here at all.
I only know the Honey Nut Cheerios one, and I'm not going to sing that one.
Sorry.
Okay, wait.
Hey,
Is-
Anna Marie.
Is nope, that's not it. Hi, T girl.
Oh, T girl.
Bonnie was flashing me.
So
How can you type it and not speak it? I don't understand.
well, that's what I was going to say. The Scots
He's
have a
in
different.
Scotland.
Do they have a different language than English?
Yes, it's called Gaelic.
Yeah, but
Oh.
if you can type English, how can you not speak it?
Because he has his computer
Translator, probably.
Oh, okay.
on English, not Gaelic, I think. He can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, because my phone has that ability to change it over from any language there is and put it in English.
I don't know.
Hello, Anna. Oh, geez, sorry. That was really loud.
The echo through Black watches again. Some of the higher voices echo back through his.
Okay,
I got it on
ready.
app.
I'll try to do it in a lower voice. Is that better?
Lemonade sounds good.
Hello, Camel Carl Wolverines. I didn't do that on your channel tonight. Oh my god.
I love the Scottish accent. I love all accents. I like to hear people from England talking and
ER, I didn't say gay, I said Gaelic. It's a language.
Not here in Oklahoma. You go downtown, you get Gaelic, you gonna know it.
oh, see,
Could be worse. You could get Welsh.
That's not what you have to have a shot for.
I'm all caught up now.
no shots.
Yeah, Sean Connery was awesome. I think he was from Great Britain, wasn't he?
No, Scotland. Beautiful, but
Oh, okay.
very much Scottish.
I watched him ever since his 007 days, all the way up to Medicine Man and Indiana Jones and all of them.
I think he was from Glasgow. Pretty sure it was Glasgow.
Yeah, you remember that show he did in Escape from Alcatraz?
Oh, yeah.
No one's hit on him. He goes, I guess I lost my sex appeal.
Thank you, Kentucky. You made me laugh. Hello, Jen.
Yes. So I took a peek at Sean's channel, and it looks like he does a lot of walking around. So
Sorry.
I'll be going back and looking at it because I haven't been to Scotland.
Yeah.
And my great grandmother, I should know, but I don't know if she was Scottish or Irish. And I know that that's a big difference, and I'm probably going to get hollered at. But
You remember that guy, Bonnie? I don't know if he was around at that time. We used to have a guy come up on LWM. His name was Six Finger, and he was from Wales.
his name was what?
He went by Six Fingers. He played the guitar, he'd sing, and he showed pictures from Wales, and some of the parts he showed were beautiful. Now, granted, it's always cloudy there, it seemed like, because all the pictures were cloudy.
Hey, Guardian.
Beautiful piece of land.
Oh, it is. I mean, just pictures I've seen are beautiful. And the movies, anytime a movie comes out that's filmed over there, well, and it's usually a good movie. What was that one called? A holiday? Something about a holiday? Where they swapped houses? The two women swapped houses.
Yeah, I think I remember that one.
It was good.
Hello, Guardian. Bonnie T Girl has a question for you and Shane. She's asking, how is Rob?
Oh, he's fine.
He seems to be doing good. He just
Doing
needs
quite-
to know he needs to rest more.
Yeah, he's doing quite a bit of pain.
I saw him get.
He sat down on the couch too hard that first time, or that second time.
Mm,
He was doing pretty good until he sat down too hard on that couch that second time, and man, there wasn't nothing he could do that he wasn't hurt.
yeah.
He got off
Happy
burning.
birthday, ER.
And he jumped in panel for a little bit, and then he disappeared.
Yeah.
I think I was on the phone with him for 2 hours today. He's a lot of fun to talk to.
He is.
Yeah.
He's a good man.
Yeah, he said he'd give you a jingle before he gave me one.
Yes.
So
And he said that he came up onto Shane's channel because I was on Shane's channel. Just saying.
yeah,
I'm going to leave it.
he was up for a little bit, but that couch wasn't doing him any good. He either go cough or laugh, and boy, it would just damn near put him in tears.
You should get a good recline.
Well, he still can't be on it. He's probably going to have to lay on his left side because on the right's where he got stuck. That right kidney. So he's going to have to probably lay on the left, or kind of lean over towards the left. He may not be able to lay straight down because just the pressure of your innards pushing back against it may create pressure. Who knows? Wherever the wind blows is where we go. Or at Bonnie's case right now, wherever the rain washes you, that's where you'll be.
Hello, laughs a lot.
If I start floating, I'll tell y'all. I might lose service.
He didn't say sassy cat. Probably not.
It's been so dry here. It's just gonna absorb right into the ground.
Do you have clay there or sand? I guess clay is it.
Yeah, it's more like clay.
You got that black gumbo clay down there, Bonnie?
Black gumbo clay.
Yeah, you step on it, and every time you take a step, your foot just gets bigger and bigger, and it's almost black. I know up
It's
in northern Texas they do.
it's more like caliche and clay mixed together.
Yeah, okay.
Caliche, when it gets wet, it's like ice.
That gets greasy real bad.
I don't know if it gets crazy. I think it poofs up. I don't know what it does. It gets real slick.
Well, that's what I meant when I say greasy, because you'll slip and slide around on it in your car. Yeah, it gets slick.
Yep. And
Big
I
stuff.
quit wearing flip flops because you step on cement, that smoothed out cement with a flip flop. If it's raining, you're gonna go sliding.
Eric, I taped picture to the ceiling fan really good this time. That's really
Hey Chuck,
Hey,
Hello,
Chuck.
Chuck.
I hope you got my text, buddy.
you gonna come up, Chuck? No, Carl.
Yeah, I'm
But
just glad to hear you getting rain finally.
me too. Well, they had said for 3 days. This is Wednesday. It was supposed to Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Yesterday we got uh, maybe a 16th inch. It wasn't much. And so I thought, yeah, that's it. It was wrong.
Look. Oh, Chuck.
What?
Just read Chuck's comment. I see we got my.
I don't even want to know what you said to
I was supposed to text him if I was going when I was going to go live. Well, I ended up going live an hour early. I went on 5 instead of 6, and forgot all about it till about 6:05 or so. And, oh crap! I shot him a text that says, "Hey, I'm so sorry, man. I did not. I went on a little early and just forgot plumb about it. But hey, at least I did send it. You never sent me one back twice."
Yeah, I just noticed it a minute ago. I heard the phone ding in the store, but
It's all good, man. I'm not upset.
I realized, damn, it's 8:30 or 8, a little after 8. I come home, went to the store, got a bunch of stuff that Vicky wanted me to pick up, come back, and I just got through making sloppy joes. So
Oh yeah.
I wanted to make them sandwiches I showed y'all the recipe for last night, but
I
she
copied
don't
that.
like that. She don't like that loose meat.
She's a steak girl, huh?
She likes sloppy joe, but she didn't like. She don't like that. I don't know why, because it ain't tomatoey one thing, but she normally don't like real tomatoey stuff.
Huh.
I know what it is. Probably she's thinking sloppy joe, and it doesn't taste like sloppy joe.
Yeah, it's not sloppy. That ain't like the old-fashioned sloppy joes anymore, is it?
Uh-uh.
I make mine like old-fashioned ones. They're sloppy as hell, and I love it.
Yep.
Cornbread makes a good thing. You got to have a can of tomato paste to put with it than a pack of powder, but it's a lot better than manwich.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my mom used to she'd make hers and they'd be pretty sloppy. And so she'd put a piece of cheese on it while it's hot and let it melt down over it. It'd help hold it together so kids didn't make a mess. and we love it that way.
No, I make mine where you have to eat it with a fork.
That's what I'm doing now. I put so much on.
Excuse me. And you know what I do when I'm cooking it? I sit there with potato chips, dipping it in that sauce and eating the potato chips. And I'm so full by the time it gets done. I can't even.
Vicky puts chips on her sloppy Joe.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Lay's potato chips.
yes. We need to quit eating all that junk.
Mm-hmm.
Good night,
So,
Kentucky. Hope to see you later.
Kentucky Patriot, thank you so much for coming in.
See you later, bud.
And God bless you for taking care of that friend. That's amazing.
Take care, KP.
growing up, we never really had much, some occasional dinner, but you'd have like that, what you're talking about, sloppy Joe type of thing on potatoes, but it had to be real potatoes, you know? That was a good meal.
Yep. Figaro, that is correct. Pickles and onions. Yep.
I used to fry onion any way I make it. Fry the onion with my hamburger.
Oh yeah. No matter what you're going to use it for, you have to throw an onion in there. Maybe in a dash.
He fries pickles in with it.
Huh.
He chops them up too with the onion, cooks them with the while he's cooking the meat.
That's different.
I do that, but you don't like dill pickle unless it's them potato salad.
Yeah, I've been known to put mustard on mine too, Sassy. What didn't take long to get groceries.
It went through. Woohoo. I don't know if Gigi's here, but she'll get an email soon.
Yeah,
Oh.
she said she had to go eat and see if Hubby was home, and then she would see us over here, whatever that means.
You know, Bonnie, you just set a new record. It's been 22 minutes and 38 seconds without talking about food.
Yes, Sassy, you like mustard on sloppy Joe. Look up that made right sandwich, loose meat or made right sandwich. That's what that's based with. It's like sugar or brown sugar, mustard, onion. It says leave the onion raw and minced, but I make it. I cook it in with it. And then when you make the sandwich, you top it with pickles.
You know, I even like raw onions.
Me too. I used to eat them with beans, like make little spoons out of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's Gigi.
As a kid, I'd spend 10 minutes monkeying on my cornbread trying to cut it in half so I didn't break it up, and then get the butter on it to where it melt into it. And I'd always eat my damn cornbread first and then have butter or beans and onions with the little scoops until I run out of onion.
I can't boot her over here. Yeah, I was getting explained how to. I don't remember what the hell we were doing. Oh, I was going to go. I had a guy kept popping up 5, 6, 8 times, using everybody's name, and half the time it was somebody that's already in the channel or in the chat, and I knew it was this one guy. And well, then Gigi pops on him in the backstage. Her name is Karen. And she turns the camera on. I can't see her face, and all I can see is a window, kind of. Yeah, no, I deleted them completely, where they couldn't even come back on the backstage. So it took us a minute to figure out how to go find her and bring her back. Good thing Camo was in there; he helped me.
So did Hawk.
Huh?
So did Hawk.
Yes, Hawk did too. Yes.
Yes.
Very much so. And so they walked me through it, and I brought her back to life.
That
I said, "Now, Gigi, as much trouble as I've been having with this other guy, you want to change your name and come up here?" I said, "No." So then she come back as Twirly G. I like, okay, I can deal with this one. So I let her up. That was fun. not.
Had you a little nervous there, huh?
I just felt bad. I figured it out. And I did it in the StreamYard end, not on the YouTube side. So I didn't want to be able to come back up on Pam.
Well, she should have shown her face or something. I mean, as soon as you saw the purple hair, you would have known who it was.
Oh yeah. Well, and where she was, she may have showed her face.
Oh.
But I couldn't see it because the way she was sitting, the sunlight was coming through that window, and she was in the dark side. So I couldn't see it in that little bitty picture, down there on the bottom.
Yeah.
Especially I got this bonehead popping in here every 10 seconds with somebody else's name.
She was testing you.
Then we started getting little trolls in there. So, not the sex bots, but just trolls.
Christy. Okay, there's something going on in my chat. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I'm sure if Red sees something, she'll text you or take care of it.
I had a thought, gang. If you deal with these guys coming up and you insist on a purple wig, you can come on your wig says until take off. So I'm on a wig.
Yeah, Sean, 15 years ago, I used to get followed around when I go to the store, Walmart, or the mall. All the kids thought I was the big show off of wrestling. That or Kevin Nash, whatever his name was.
Yeah, Kevin Nash, the big sexy.
Yeah, my hair was long and shit.
Bonnie, I put your message for you in private chat that might explain some things a little bit.
Okay.
If that's what we're talking about, or what you were just talking about.
I told you that story, Chuck, didn't I, about Kevin Nash?
I don't know. You might have.
He went to college with Jordan. And I guess he would school Jordan in basketball. But he didn't want to do that. He went and played football. Then he took off and went into wrestling. But yeah, he could school Jordan. I guess he was pretty good.
He played multi-sport.
Yep.
That's like Steve Austin. I think he was a football player, wasn't he?
I think so.
I know he's a professional beer drinker, real life.
Really?
I knew some guy that did wrestling shows here in Shreveport. Everywhere that he hung out, he had to have cooler beer around there. He didn't like get hammered and run around there hammered, but he just liked having beer around. He didn't drink pop or none of that.
Hello, kiss off.
Hey, kids, you kids off.
Yes, sir, we do.
Hello, everybody.
We have Funyun flavored wavy lays.
Oh, really?
My kiss off. That's you. Laughs a lot. I'm good. Yeah.
I'm good, kissed off.
Yeah, then they got like Cool Ranch Dorito flavored regular Lay's and Cheeto flavored regular Lay's. They got a bunch of different ones they're trying out.
I like the sour cream and onions myself.
That's sort of what Cool Ranch tastes like. They're more of a flavorful sour cream and onion flavored chip.
Yeah, I like my original Lay's too. So, but I don't eat much of them anymore. If I do, it's one of them little bitty personal bags. You know, one of those small ones you get at a quick stop. They usually throw them in a meal if you order a meal to go.
Yeah, a little bag with about 8 chips in it.
Yeah, something like that.
Who else
Yeah, I bet
was
you got a bag of something one day and it had nothing but air in it. Nothing.
Oh, wow.
what, Dorinda?
What? I said, oh, wow, with the bag with no chips in it. I think I'd have probably freaked out.
Yes.
I went to a local sub shop a few months ago and I said I wanted a sword. When I got it home, it was a assorted variety of lettuce, no meat. Talk about a mess. She forgot to put the meat on.
It starts doing this shit.
Yeah.
I know what's going on.
I've had two song requests, and I don't think I can play either one of them.
Yeah, you can't play the wall.
So let's see.
You know, that one will pop you in a hurry.
I'm gonna mute so I can listen.
Oh. Hey, Rob. Good to see you. I hope you're easing up on your pain a little bit now. I'm sure. Just don't sit on the couch too hard. Well, ever since you did that, you was in pain the rest of the time.
Talking to him now. Just, you know, told him want to go home. They let him go home sometime this morning. They just walked out and signed a bunch of paperwork.
Louise, how you doing?
Excuse
Oh,
me.
yeah, Bonnie, you're gonna have to look at that one. Wish I had controls over her. I'd pin it. Good, good. I'm glad to see your pain eased a little bit.
Okay,
Bonnie,
what I'm
did you see Rob's request?
No, I didn't.
Forever a cowboy. He asked if you could play Forever a Cowboy.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, 'cause you
Uh,
played that one once before. That's where you heard it, I think.
yes. Let me see. Okay, mute again. Y'all just keep talking.
She's gonna go digging. Hey, Benjamin. Good to see you over here now. I like when everybody, helps everybody out. That makes a community. Makes a good community. Laughs a lot. I seen you earlier. I didn't get to say anything. Good to see you. Kiss off there. Did you see that one? Let's see. Elbow cough, T-girl.
Want to hear something funny, Shane?
You know I do. Always.
My damn cat is so friggin' picky. He don't like pate cat food, the stuff that looks like potted meat. I opened him a can. He's hungry. It was the only can left around here yesterday. I gave it to him. He looked at it, sniffed it, and started scratching around it like he wanted to bury it.
It's going to dig a hole and bury that.
Vicky laughed at it. And she didn't believe that picky. He was like, yeah, I guess it smelled like shit to him or something.
Maybe you have to make him I just throw a hot dog in the microwave for about 5 seconds and give it to him.
He won't eat hot dogs.
Really?
That cat don't eat shit.
He likes fried chicken and pork chops. About the only thing people eat that he'll eat.
Wow.
That and chunky cat food. He don't like dry cat food either.
Somebody sounds spoiled.
He choked when he was a kid, and I think that's what a lot of it's about. Spoiled and traumatized. They weaned him too early. They said he was weaned when we got him. That he could hide under my beard. He was that small.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And yes, Kiss Off, I caught it. Thank you.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to play this song for Rod.
This kid's hands down.
Yeah, we got sad.
Yeah, someone.
Works by the season, on a clock on the wall. Stacking hay in the summer, chipping calves in the fall. Rides proud for the brand, he ain't one to complain. Never has much to say, always thankful for the rain. River cowboy, he defines the word correct. On a bad habit, he doesn't know when to quit. Free is the spirit that runs through his veins. Forever cowboy, he will remain. Now he's out mending fences in all kinds of ways. The sun rises and sets, and he's checking for strays. Knows how to sort things out in all kinds of weather, through the good and the bad, with a soul made of leather. Forever cowboy, he defines the word grit. There's only bad habit, he doesn't know when to quit. Free is the spirit that runs through his veins. Forever cowboy, he will remain. Now here's to old Rooster, Woodrow and Gus, silver screen cowboys, but man, they were tough. The salt of the earth, in the saddle he sings about stories and places where a cowboy's king. Forever a cowboy, he defines the word grit. His only bad habit, he doesn't know when to quit. Free is the spirit that runs through his veins. Forever a cowboy, he will remain. He hired on the double diamond, singing Strawberry Roan, riding old paint. He never felt more at home. Yeah, free is the spirit that runs through his veins. River cowboy.
Bonnie, who sang that?
Amen, and God bless Cowboys. That is Ned Ledoux, Chris Ledoux's son.
Okay, okay.
Oh, John.
John.
Okay.
I found it on Country Rebel back when I dedicated it to Rob because it's so them. You're welcome, Rob. Love ya.
Oh, by the way, Bonnie's John is putting out a new video tomorrow.
Bonnie, you
Okay.
care if I play 10 or 15 seconds of a song? Just quick.
No, I don't.
Here you go. Y'all remember this? I know Rob will appreciate it.
Writing on the page, I got my hat on. I got my boots, dusty.
Oh, goodness.
Got the saddle. I wanna be a cowboy. I wanna be a cowboy.
I'll stop it at that.
Thank you, Chuck.
Hey, thanks, D-Dog. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that made me laugh too, D-Dog.
There you go, Gigi. Gigi went and found me that.
Went and found you what, that song?
No, the Avatar.
Oh,
There's that song. Rob wants to hear all of it. I imagine he remembers it. That's what, the 80s?
What do you ask for?
absolutely, Sean. All right, I got to see this because I can't.
Yeah, blow it up.
Please.
Or do whatever you want.
Oops,
That's
I
cute.
accidentally hit mute.
That's cute.
Yeah.
I
Well,
did.
no, the name on it's good because I got Captain Finger on the bottom of the screen. So it's the best of both worlds. Any donuts, Susie. Yeah, I see her now planting a whole box of Cheerios. And if you plant the Honey Nut Cheerios, you'll have glazed donuts when they grow up.
Okay, there's one more we got to play.
Uh-oh.
This is for Eric.
We are.
No problem, Patrick.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
That was awesome, Bonnie. Thank you.
Eric. Happy birthday, Eric. I can't do fuck them for you.
You're welcome.
Stands alone. Hello.
He stands alone. Good to see you. Jen, I don't want to make you cry. What do you mean?
Here's my icon. I can't do that.
Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Should I blow it up?
Uh,
Should I blow it up? I never know what you.
I'll make it a different way. Let's see.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
I ain't gonna go save this right or not. Let's see. No.
Oh, Virgos. Ugh. I think I need to clean my glasses.
What do you think that said?
Nothing. Never mind. Oh, honey. I'm sorry. Catch you. Oh, my goodness. May God be with all these bad losses.
What did you say, Bonnie?
I said, may God be with all the bad losses. There's been too many. Like what you just squeaking really bad, hon. You want to mute when you're not talking, maybe? Are you there, Black?
Is it still gone? I left it on mute.
It was still doing it.
Let me try this. See. I don't know what's going on.
Is it still doing it? Hey, it stopped. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now, Bonnie. I have no idea what you said the last time you spoke. It sounded something like dogs are farting.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not what she's saying, but I still couldn't make out what you were saying.
I did not say dogs are farting, and I don't. Now you made me forget what I said.
I'm
There you
sorry.
go. There you go, Shane. I'm pointing up too.
See that?
Jack. Okay. I know how to fix this.
You want me to change that?
No, you're fine. Look, we are all sitting around the campfire, roasting marshmallows. And
I'm roasting too. Roasting somebody.
Hey, Louise. Good to see you, girl.
hi, Louise.
Hello, Louise.
Love you, hon.
Wow, they got a directions how to do the middle finger on Facebook.
Hope Bear's keeping Rob company from his lap.
What was that show? Naked Guns 33 and the third, and Leslie Neal just jumps in the back seat of that car and says, follow that car. And it's a student driver, and they have a wreck. And the instructor goes, slowly roll down your window, pick up your hand, make a fist, and pull up your middle finger, and then drive off. That's his driving school instructor.
John, that's true, but I don't have a neat air conditioning picture. I have to find a igloo campfire or something.
Can you tell me if that's any better? Later on, if it starts again.
When you say that, there, Bonnie, I put a bonfire picture of.
Hello, Victor.
Was that Portland?
I love it, Chuck.
Is that a
Damn,
fire?
They're expecting some company, I take it.
Yeah. What was that show? Eddie Murphy. How much? Hey, you want a fire? Come on, bring that 5 gallon of gas over. Now that's a fire. Hey, roll him around the grass. He'll be okay.
Yeah, that was all delirious. Yeah, Eddie Murphy Raw and Eddie Murphy Delirious. I remember watching Eddie Murphy Raw, his first one, on VHS tape.
Yeah. I remember when he came out with that Delirious on HBO. I got to watch it at his buddy's house. We'd been there half the day, and I laughed so hard, beer come out of my nose.
And you had to watch the first and understand some of the second one because he brought up stuff on the second one that wasn't on. That he was talking about the first one, but you didn't know. So a lot of people go, "I didn't understand that part." I said, "Yeah, you have to go back and watch the first video we made." Now you can find them both on on the internet. He is hilarious.
Hello, remote.
Hello, remote.
Thank you so much for praying for Rob also.
Nobody kicked guard.
Remote, good to see you, bud.
Hi, Tracy.
Hello, Tracy.
Yeah. I'm glad to see everybody's coming over and coming on.
Yes. Let's stay united. Positive and united. Tennessee Patriot is doing a petition to reopen the pipeline.
Yep.
I got it off that. I like that on the line.
So if anybody can sign that, and I think I said something to upset him in chat today. I don't know what it was, but I'm sorry, Tennessee Patriot, if you're out there.
Yeah, I watched him running around today for a little while.
Yeah. I think it was because I mentioned the border. And that's a little nerve. I need to go back and watch last night's to see what D-Dog put up.
On what?
On how to solve a whole bunch of things. And a bit on Tennessee Patriots, I did get a phone number for Greg Abbott's office, and I think it's different than the number I have to call. So tomorrow I'll be calling.
Call them both. Eventually, one of them will be right.
Well, the other one that I called, you don't get through ever. It's a it's like a recording thing,
Mm.
and then it sends you to the email. So I've sent several, not gonna say how many emails,
Enough.
and never get a response. I don't, and that's the thing. I don't think anything goes straight to him. Somebody is filtering through all of it.
Yeah, they scan the calls.
Let's see if this helps.
I think I am too.
Anytime, hard luck, anytime.
Okay, am I still squeaking?
No.
I'm sorry, Black Watch. I had to mute you. And
Yeah, Cashew, he never shows up on my show. I'm subbed to him, but I don't even know if he's subbed to me. I'm probably not his cup of tea, though. They're all goose swaba and mellow and no drama.
Who's that, Chuck?
David, which I like the show.
well, okay. So, what's your idea of drama, Chuck?
Pretty much everything I talk about.
Okay.
which would be that way to some, but it's what's going on. But a lot of people don't want to look at it or see it, don't believe it.
Yeah.
I'm the same way when I go to the grocery store, the dollar store, or what, and Vic can be like, please don't talk about none of that stuff in here.
I don't want to have to knock somebody to the ground in the store.
And then we hit the store.
Yeah.
Well, it does say on my thing it's a drama-free zone, but I mean, like,
Fighting and cussing each other.
we're supposed to be a community, and in this past, I don't know how long have we been on here? Year and a half.
Pretty
Started
close.
it. Started at Hawks and 101 JW. It's been at least a year and a half. So we've all. I'm sorry, Black Watch. We've all known each other for quite a long time, and we have to be different. We have to have different personalities, or we'd be really boring. But we have to learn to be more accepting of people also. Like Carl always says, what would Jesus do? None of us are perfect,
No, I know I'm not.
and we like to talk about food, and we like to share recipes, and
We like that fun.
We're out here just talking about being little.
yeah, there's a lot of things going on that it helps to discuss also, but
Yeah, I went to the store earlier to get Campbell soup, and that regular old simple Campbell, you add water to it. Every one of them doubled in price, almost triple. Chunky Campbells were double. They were $1.59, now they're $3 something.
goodness. Uh, well, you've heard Meat Puppet say $50 a pound for meat soon.
Well, I sure hope not.
Oh, but he's down there. Hey, Carl, how are you?
Howdy, everybody. I'm
Hello.
surviving.
Good.
Yeah, Carl, they messed up on your name twice the last time I was on a panel with you. Somebody called you Camel Carl, and then somebody else called you Camo Carmel. And I was like,
I saw, today I saw a new one. It was Vamo Carl, or it started with a V.
tell them no, you changed your name. Your name is Camel Carmel.
Yeah, I see that so often. I don't know if it's just, poking at me or if they need glasses. I don't know which one it is.
Might be
Sometimes
somebody
it
like
just
you for doing it on the phone. It's hard to text. Autocorrect might be making it whatever.
well, and it may be just they're trying to speak so fast their mouth is outrunning their brain.
A
Can't
lot of
see it.
people, a lot of people use the speak to text stuff. And me, when I do it, it's like, no, I didn't mean that to sound that way.
Hey, remote. Hey, I don't take none of it to heart. I mean, it's even if it's a typo, intentional, or just for fun, I don't care. I know that caramel Carl ain't going away anytime soon.
No, D Dog has it.
Dog. You know, I was just looking a song up, come to mind, and this is an example of how much BS is out there in this world. You know the song "The Ride." You know which one I'm talking about. You know,
Right.
Drifter, can you make folks cry when you play and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan the blues? Can you bend them guitar strings? You know that song?
Uh,
Yep.
Well, I know who it is, but if you go look that song up on YouTube, there's a bunch of them trying to pass it off as Hank Williams Jr. That ain't Hank Williams Jr. singing that song. And and they're posting it as if it's Hank Williams Jr. and it's not. It's David Allen Coe.
Yeah.
That's disinformation, man. That's malarkey. And those videos been up a long time.
Caramel macchiato, Carl.
Oh no, what's going on?
Yes, you
Another
called it
one?
caramel macchiato, Carl.
I think that's all Eric's fault, man, with the caramel one. I think he started that.
No, Baby Shark song. No, that song does not fly. Sucks.
I think one of those tabs is open for that.
No.
Mm. You know, those pecan logs were covered in caramel and then rolled in them nuts.
Yep.
David Allen Coe about Hank Williams Sr.
What's that about him?
John was saying David Allen Coe about Hank Williams Sr.
Yeah,
Sing
yeah, it is
about
about
Hank
Hank
Williams.
Senior.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a song that.
That's a good one too, Rob. It's just false advertisement. That's all it was. And there's more than one of them. A song about picking up a stranger hitchhiking, and then come to find out the driver of the ride was the ghost of Hank Williams Sr.
Oh,
And I can hear Blackwatch in his little funky little microphone or whatever he's got going there.
I think you're hearing Vicky because he just turned something on.
Yeah.
Oh, I falsely accused him. Sorry, Blackwatch.
Yeah, Blackwatch is muted. He muted himself.
So I went into settings and I set it to mono and that. I put it in stereo. It has no noise cancellation, so I don't know what more to do.
Yeah.
Well, you sound good now. Let me give it a test. Oh, it's still doing it.
You know what it is? It's set to stereo, and that turns off noise cancellation. So you got to set your speakers to mono, and it brings noise cancellation back in. I think. So it
Weird.
should,
Or as Rob would say, you think?
yeah. Do you think? So hopefully,
That's got to be his catchphrase, man. As many times
Oh
I've
yeah.
heard him say it.
Okay, John, that sounds good. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow night.
I think Gigi was talking about going on like Wednesday and doing something then, but I'm not sure what she's gonna plan doing.
Oh, John's going to do it.
Oh, John's gonna do it. Oh, cool.
Well, he's the one that said, he said, we want to do Name That Tune. He's in. John's
Hey,
really good at this too.
Yeah, but I thought he's asking if you want to play the game. I don't know. Maybe yeah. John, please clarify. We're all taking it different.
I don't know about that, T, but I am handy.
Okay, I know Bonnie what.
He didn't say he was gonna do it on his channel. I think. We usually play on GG channel. Yes.
Okay. Alrighty.
Still didn't explain who's going to do it.
Hey, real quick, Victor, I think somebody was impersonating you.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Victor was in the chat when they did it.
Yes, he was.
So Victor says that wasn't me.
That's why
I
I
knew
said, I am not coming up, just so you know. Just in case. I didn't know how many times they were trying, but
6 or 8 times. It just kept coming back.
you need to pray over your channel, Shane.
Yes. I'll have you come up on panel and do it for me.
D-Dog. I don't do very well with dares. It's hard for me to pass up a dare.
That somebody thinks all this is funny.
It's a double dog.
GG, D-Dog, Victor, nothing beats a triple nipple there.
I was just about to say we got 2 dogs and a squirrel in the pot. Anybody want to raise that?
Good night, Tony Lee.
I hope you get it copyrighted.
Listen to the beginning. What a beginning is.
Rob,
What
that's
the heck? I don't even want to know what that was.
Vicky went, oh no.
I almost clicked out.
I should be at work all night going, da, 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 da.
Baby shark, 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 baby. Whoa.
I want my 30 seconds of life back.
I know that's right.
Rob, retired vet. Thanks for answering Jen's question. I was thinking about lost pup as well. I'm glad he's doing well.
Yes. Whatever you want to call it, John.
All right. Have a good night.
See if I can.
Tell the boys that they ought to.
What?
Chili.
Awesome, Louise. That's good.
Good to hear, Louise.
I knew it was lost something. I was going to call him lost dog, but I knew that wasn't right, so I didn't ask her how he was doing.
Lost pet.
Because my brain wasn't functioning.
Yeah. Steak is really good to build the blood back up.
Anything that's high protein is.
Okay, Shane, but I'm just saying that's what
Yeah, he loves steak.
out of the wheelchair.
Did you notice, Dorinda, when you said that, all the chat went, do you think?
Say what?
When you're saying about the brain not functioning. All the chat went, do you think?
Well, nobody said anything, and, they were being polite. They could have said stuff. I probably would have giggled and laughed.
I saw it on the chat. Never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Sean.
Louise, we're all in that sometimes, chasing our tails and laughing.
Yeah.
Night, Sean. Thank you for coming in.
See you later.
See you again, Sean.
Oh, wait. Whoops.
Nice.
T-Talk said knowledge. If you walk through a store singing Baby Shark, everyone leaves you alone.
That's like vacuuming the yard. Neighbors won't mess with you at all.
Yeah, I do that sometimes over here, vacuum the driveway just to let them know who they're dealing with.
Yeah, it's good to keep them wondering.
One of my neighbors, way back, this is way back, I was probably 20 or 21, and she was going to go to weed eat her yard, and we had a rain, and I said, I don't think you're supposed to have that electric cord out here on the ground when it's still wet. And she said, I do it all the time. It's no problem. I should laugh, but I can still picture it. She flipped that weed eater on, and her and the weed eater both went flying up in the air.
Whoa.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, we moved to this spot on 5 acres. Dad got, and we went first night there. It was probably an hour before dark. He goes, "Well, how many boxes of 12 gauge shells you got? Our old ones." I went and found I had like 3 of them. He goes, "Come on." We went outside with our 12 gauges in the backyard and set stuff up. And just started shooting it till we shot off like 3 or 4 boxes of shells.
Oh my goodness.
And went in the house and he's like, I asked him, "What was that all about?" He goes, "Just let the neighbors know."
Oh, wow. Well, the only way to get her down was, or to get her to, from flopping around, I had to run in the house and kick the cord out of the wall. I wasn't going to touch it.
I'm going to jump down for now. I may come back into the chat. Everybody have a good swim.
See you soon, Blackwater.
In a bit.
Thank you, Country Homesteading. I'm glad you came by. You have a good night.
Good night, Country Homesteading.
Good night, homesteading.
At our grocery store, they play music. Maybe that's why the kids tell me to stay in the car now. So I'd go down the aisle singing and dancing to whatever song was on.
Occasionally, Walmart plays music. Walmart got in trouble one year, not last Christmas, the Christmas before, because they played their Christmas music too much. One of the East Indians complained, so they pulled it off and they didn't start playing it until the 24th.
That's good because I got tired of going in there in September hearing Christmas music all the way through February.
No. It was like November when they turned it on, and it was like Christmas Day, it was gone. Like Christmas after Boxing Day, it was gone.
Sure seemed like it lasted a lot longer.
Dorinda, you are talking to the Grinch. You know this, right?
Pardon?
You are talking to the Grinch. You know this, right?
I'm talking to the what?
Grinch.
Okay.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
You ever hear the rock version of that? I really like that rock and roll version.
I think I did one time. It's been several years back.
Hello, Marshmallow Man.
Yeah, in
Mark.
country prepping 101. Is that a new one to the community? I don't recognize the handle, or is it somebody who changed their handle?
Marshmallow Man?
No,
it's
country prepping 101.
I don't recognize it either, and but I saw that. I think it's a her come into
Yeah.
Shane's, and
Yeah.
I'm impersonating somebody. Who am I?
looks like an oyster to me. But
To watch.
oh, it's a watch.
10 and 2.
Time?
It's a black watch.
Black watch.
Oh, clever.
That's a Rolex too. I'd love to have that watch, and I don't like watches. That's one of my favorite ones right there.
I never wore watches for long. Anytime I ever owned one, I destroyed it in a matter of days.
My brother would suck the batteries dry on them within about a day and a half.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know. I don't know if he's acidic or what. But he just sucked that battery plumb dry.
If it didn't die on its own, I would end up whacking it on a car part or something and destroying it.
Oh, yeah.
That's a Rolex Explorer, the all black edition.
I don't wear any jewelry of any kind.
Me either. I think they're cool.
Y'all didn't hear it,
Yeah,
did
I don't know. It's just not my thing. It seems like it's always in the way.
You what, Bonnie?
y'all didn't hear it,
No,
did you?
No, what was going on?
I don't know. But it
Raining?
no. Okay, it had to have been a BB gun. So, because it didn't sound like a big one.
Hello,
Well,
Nanya.
put a silencer on them and they get real quiet.
yep, sound like a BB gun. A
I don't know.
22 would anyway, unless it's supersonic or subsonic.
Yeah, it has to be subsonic rounds too.
A
You
subsonic
can,
round, I think you'll hear it through the silencer after it hits or when it gets close to hitting.
I'd
So
do a
that's
video on this if they let me, but you can take I'd probably get a strike for it, but you can take a 2 liter bottle and cut a little notch in it and slide it over top of a 22, tape it on the end of the barrel, and it goes. The
yeah. I
first
used
couple
to go to
shots are
20-ounce
real
bottles,
quiet.
get your rubber grommet, put it over the end of the 22, and then slide a 20-ounce bottle over it.
Yeah,
You get about 3 shots before it finally blows the end out. First shot makes a hole, and after that, it frays it every other time. So.
yeah.
Hello, Nanya.
Bonnie, look at that sign. I wouldn't go in that neighborhood.
I think Black White got upset that his. Are you talking on your?
His avatar.
I wouldn't go in that neighborhood.
No.
Doesn't look like it'd stay long if you did.
No, especially if you're a kid.
Oh goodness.
Only reason I grabbed that, I was looking through different signs, and Vicky's like, "What the hell is that?" And I showed it to her, and she go, "Oh my god!"
Blow that up again, Bonnie, for a second. I want to see something.
Okay. Do y'all know what Nanya, Texas is talking about?
All right, that's good. Yeah, that's the one that's right out in front of Nancy Pelosi's house.
He's talking about screwing on one on the end of guns with 300 blackout will fit about everything. Thread size is all the same, and that way you got multi-use.
Oh no. Well, and it could be. 'Cause we have a lot of wild critters around here. They were just chasing them off. It was real quick, like
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to notice stuff like that about the kid things because my biggest fear ever since I was a kid and started driving is some little kid running out from behind a car or something.
My brother used to make fun of them sides. He said, "Why would anybody want to advertise you got slow kids? Slow children at play."
Goodness.
That
I'm
one's
like,
old, saying that's old.
I know
That's
it.
so old it was politically correct at one time.
It is sad. We have to have a sign telling us that. Used to you drive down the streets and expect a kid to come darting out from the car, or
Yep,
because
they
we
never
were,
was. You
yeah,
see a ball coming out of a yard, you can go ahead and hit the brakes because somebody's gonna be after that thing.
and around a school you need to slow down because kids running around.
You know how people used to put their name on their mailbox, like the Johnsons or whatever, it'd be on the bottom hanging off of it.
Yes.
Yep.
There were some people over at Buddy Mine's house that the people like their name was Widow Lister or something like that. And as you're riding up, it looked like it said the window lickers.
Oh no.
Give you a laugh every time you pull into the neighborhood.
I can't remember that one, but going to Woodward, his name's Ben Oliver. Something. I can't remember his last name. But when you're driving down the road, the first thing you notice, it looks like it says bend over. I'm like, what? I don't think so.
I've seen that handle. Ben Dover.
Uh-huh.
The kid I grew up with,
Ben
his
D.
name,
Oliver. That's what it was. It was Ben, and his middle name was started with the D, and it was Oliver. But when you're driving down the road, it said Ben. It looked like it said bend over.
I had an alias on Facebook for a couple of years. I was Brute Lee Oness. Not surprisingly, not everybody got that.
Brutally what?
Brute Lee Oness.
Hmm.
yeah,
Brutally
kids always
honest.
teach you about the yellow snow too.
What did I sing, Eric? I didn't sing nothing. Oh well, it's been a while. I sang a little while ago. You must be lagging, Eric. What's up,
Hey,
David?
David,
Captain Chicken.
Hello, David. Sorry, Shane. Go ahead.
Oh, Buck's just reading his.
You know, you guys are anybody here's on Facebook. You ever see profiles of people you don't know just repeatedly show up on the people you might know thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's somebody. I've got a couple of them that are there constantly, and I wonder, and they're friends with other people I've met here on this platform. And it makes me wonder if it's some of the people with these alias handles, you know? I've actually found a couple. And I think I know who Cashew is. If she's on Facebook, I'm suspicious of this one profile that keeps showing up on my page.
I don't know. I get a lot of friend requests from names I don't know, and so I don't
Oh,
accept
yeah.
it.
Yeah, me too. If they don't tell me who they are, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and I've noticed that a couple of times they were friends with like Jeff Riddle or um, I don't know, some of my other friends. But
Yeah,
what's
if
the
they
world
show me
coming
their
to?
if they show me their picture, or they tell me that they're so and so in chat, then I'll accept them. If they don't, I don't accept
yes,
them. I don't know who
yes,
they are.
Right. That's the same thing with me because there's just too many weird requests.
Cashew's only been in YouTube or Facebook.
Good. It's always good to know, so we know who to look out for and blow up.
All right, Cashew. I believe it. Yeah, I was wondering about that, Louise. How you was gonna? He's gonna get on that quad runner. What he's gonna do?
Yeah, he's
Uh,
already talking about going on the quad, so be careful, Louise.
yeah, because
I still don't think he's going to anytime real soon.
I hope not.
Yeah, keep
Still
the
in
good
chat,
man
remote.
down.
As weak as he got today, just no. He needs to give it some time. I know it's hard. It's really hard to just lay there or just sit there, but sometimes
I don't know. I see you both remote, and I've seen people notice that they can't see some of them.
I tried to stick up for you, Rod. I said, I don't, Rob. I said, I don't think he's gonna get on anytime soon.
Yes, Benjamin, we can see your comments.
Rob, we love you. We want you to sit and heal for us.
Heal, Rob. Heal. All right.
Yeah, Bonnie, I think I'm gonna change my channel name that I just named myself there. Ape Normal.
Abe normal. Okay.
Abby Normal, abnormal, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes YouTube does that remote. I've seen other people notice they couldn't see other people's comments.
Bonnie, where the heck did it go? Just a minute.
Yeah, they're one tick away on me again. I just now looked, Shane. I just thought of it. They got me one above that number I hate.
Yeah, I looked this morning. It was at 68.
Yeah.
And Rob, I did a little Googling about how that heals. It takes about 2 weeks for it to really start to heal well.
Yeah, I did that earlier, and that's why I said all along he's gonna be down 2 weeks. Let's see.
Shane, we can barely hear you.
Sorry.
Bonnie, Nunya asked if anyone else got an alert to evacuate the Pacific coast.
North Pacific. No, not that I know of.
I heard something about it. I was reading through stuff earlier, but
That's over there where
the EAS issue evac for North Pacific. Oh, sorry, Benjamin. I'll go look for your question.
Okay, wait. North Pacific.
that's what United States, that'd be Washington and stuff, unless it's talking about into Canada.
I don't know.
I ain't got no alert. Oh,
Are y'all on the? Are you on the North Pacific
no.
in Canada?
No. I'm
She's
scrap
north
dab in the middle.
eastern of us, Bonnie.
Oh,
She's northeast
okay.
of us. That's why she's an hour ahead of us on her time.
Bonnie, Benjamin wants to know if you're going to have a virtual beer on your birthday.
On my birthday?
Yes, on your birthday.
And Rob wants you to time all the panel out, Bonnie.
He's wanting Red to do it for narking on him.
Too much narking. Well, Rob, then I have to time myself out too.
He's asking Red if she could do it.
Oh.
Get it clean sweep.
No, I don't know where the part to that quad runner went. Can't you use it without it?
EAS error.
Yeah. Oopsie.
Yeah. Like
That'd make me paranoid as hell, even if they said it, oh, well, that was an accident. We weren't supposed to warn you. I mean, to do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's coming, but we wasn't supposed to tell you something. Yeah, it was an error.
yes, Benjamin, when I'm looking at chat I can see your comments, but I was finding a sign. I'll show y'all a sign. No, not there.
Long-haired, freaky people need not apply.
Well, so where would it be? Ah. If it's in my pictures. I know what I'm gonna have to do. I'm a ding dong when it comes to this. I swear.
Hey, Kim.
Kim, how you doing?
Hi, Kim. Good to see you.
Hey, Kim.
I took this one when we were on a trip. I can find it. Okay, you know you have too many pictures when you keep on. The one you just put in. God, everything.
Well, while you're
Okay.
looking, you can find it.
Yes, I found it, but it's being a
Is it being a brat?
yes. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? I never had so much trouble getting a picture.
I've seen that too, Cashew.
But I need to talk.
And for anybody that might not know, whenever you go into a chat, look at the very top of it where it says live chat. Hit that little arrow and make sure that it's live chat and not top chat because in most cases you have to do that yourself. If you don't, they're going to show you the top comments in the chat, not allowing you to see people's replies in order.
I just stepped away a minute.
Didn't somebody just bring up Abby Normal?
Yeah, that was Chuck. He's in there typing too.
Uh-huh.
Hey y'all. Hey y'all. That's his saying.
Yeah, I just changed it. Maybe they'll
What
forget
hump?
about him.
That
Okay.
was my favorite line out of that movie. What hump?
Yeah. Frau blew her.
Can you read it?
Do not go to war. Enter love. Oh, good. I like that.
There's no way I could figure out how to save that thing.
What
Share it.
is good for absolutely nothing. Sing it again.
And so that was probably about 10, 15 years ago that I saw that sign and took a picture of it. Because I used to go around Texas taking pictures of courthouses. It was just the thing I liked to do. And especially in the really small towns. And there's some really cool places around.
So some years ago, a few decades, there's a There's a town here in Michigan called Oxford. Remember that school shooting not too long ago? And
Yes.
there's a lake there called Stony Lake. It's right by the highway where the signs are that says Stony Lake.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be darned if those signs didn't start disappearing and being replaced with Stoner Lake. And it happened. I mean, nice made signs. They look like they were legitimate. All right. And the first time that happened, it stayed a while before anybody even noticed it. And then when it was noticed, they took the sign down and put the right one back, and it happened again. And this kept happening to the point to where the police were staking the thing out. They were waiting to catch whoever kept changing that sign. It to the point to where whoever was doing it had to have a scanner or something to know when they were busy. Because every time those cops left that stakeout, boom, that sign get changed again. It must have happened a dozen times. They never caught them.
Uh,
Hmm.
And I don't know nothing. That's that same lake I was speaking about the other day where they found the 400 safes.
I got that. Oh my goodness. Now I don't even know what it's called. Sorry, Red. Called Signal. That Signal app. I put that on my phone today because it comes off the satellite. If things got weird, maybe it would work. And you can put groups in it, like your family, or and if other people have it, you can connect with them. Red's the one that told me about it. Yep, there it is.
Only stalkers I've ever had were gals.
Yeah, I had one or two.
Oh my goodness.
Was that Igor? Yeah, his name Igor. Went in on Frankenstein.
Igor.
Igor. Yeah.
What an enormous schwanstuck.
And Carl, the reason being for that is because you come on camera with no shirt on.
Oh, no, I don't. No. Never in public.
you
I
did
thought
earlier when you were
I was
showing your
gonna say
plants on screen.
yes,
What? You guys what?
Yeah.
yes, I saw it.
Yeah. He's
Oh,
dead. There was
no.
no
I didn't even know that happened. I tried to change the
I
camera
had to
around.
do it. No one else has that picture.
Camo,
Oh, you're going to have to erase that now, Shane. Got to get rid of that. Edit that out of there for me.
I
Camo,
mean, I do that.
Camo, you flashing your breasticles?
Gosh, I didn't mean to.
It didn't print me. It wasn't up very long. It was like 6 seconds and it was gone.
I told you I was a hairless breed down there.
Oh, trust me. I've got a few on my chest, but I don't. My back is like a
Night
baby's back.
God bless you.
Oops.
Even my legs are pretty hairless because my pants keep all it rubbed off over the years. Now it won't even grow.
Your legs or your leg hair?
My leg hair. Yeah, I rubbed half them legs off too. Now I got sticks.
But Carl, I'm sure that it's not just that. You're always nice to everybody. You go around, everyone's seen you everywhere, and
I get treated better here in this community than I do in real life.
Oh yeah. Anna Marie, you'll have to go back and watch my show from tonight.
Oh, don't no no no. I'm gonna go report that video.
For nudity.
yes, Anna Maria, it was just before you came in.
So now we see what it is. You put your tent up and you get back to nature and streak the woods while you get on YouTube.
Well, I can't really deny that there's some truth in that one.
He manages to find a pair of breeches on the way to the camera.
Well,
You know, I've said it before. I'm half Scottish and half Native American. None of my ancestors wore pants, right?
Right?
So that's where I get it from.
Well, if you're walking around your campsite naked, you won't have to worry about somebody just wandering up.
And you tan evenly. You know, that's the thing.
No
When I was
tan line.
up north for a quarter century living up north in the middle of nowhere, you didn't even have to worry about it, man. The wildlife might see you, but that's about it.
and if you can get away with it like that, well, power to you. It's I can totally understand it, but
Well, should have moved it to the left again.
Me and Vicky were back talking one day, and like, we don't ever get any privacy. One of them boys is always walking in back here. I'm like, yeah, me and your mom have been together long enough. When we first got together, we was able to traipse around the house naked and stuff. So maybe we get privacy if we started doing that, and both of them left the room.
I was going to say, Chuck, they make them things called locks.
Well, if you don't wear clothes all the time, you don't have to do laundry as much.
That's it.
true. Well, when Hawk was telling his story on Shane's, because a lot of times he's been in my chat, and I'm like, "Where's the link, Hawk?" And he said, don't have my pants on, working in the greenhouse, or whatever." And I said, "That's always the excuse." And then when he told that story on Shane's, I was like, "So you were telling the truth?"
Oh, why wouldn't he be? He didn't have no reason to lie. He's out there in the middle of nowhere, no one. He's got them dogs as alarms.
Yeah, I thought he was just using it as an excuse not to come out.
I ain't getting no monkey on my back, Rob.
If it wasn't for one apple, we all wouldn't care about clothes.
Okay.
That went over everybody's head.
Oh, no.
No, I got it.
Some
Well,
things you just stay silent on, Chuck. That's all.
Good night,
Yeah.
Hard Luck. We love you.
Good night.
I hope he rests well. That's gonna screw up his sleeping.
Hard luck. Please have a good evening. And yes, Rob will lay down when he can, and he'll get all the sleep he can until it gets to hurting him.
Good night, Louise. Hugs and love.
Hugs.
In the Garden of Eden, everything changed over one apple.
You think? All right. That should be like your channel name, Rob. You think?
Or should I say in the Garden of Eden?
Yeah.
Right. In the Garden of Eden, baby.
Okay, so I have a question for y'all. Does it actually say it was an apple?
That's what I said. And someone said yes. I asked somebody once, and they said yes.
I think in the Old Testament it does.
But I always figured, you know, they said the apple was a forbidden fruit of knowledge. Well, what's the fruit of knowledge? The fruit of knowledge is being able to figure out how to make life. Well, now let's rephrase it. Taking the forbidden fruit they weren't supposed to do.
Basically, do anything you want, but don't touch my apples. It could have been peaches or grapes or whatever, but that one thing was touched.
Cherry.
It's like Devil Dog says, if it's got an apple, it's got a banana too.
That's it.
Yeah,
And but
it probably a couple of grapes. So
do you remember the saying, "An apple a day keeps the doctor away"?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So is there something to that?
I don't know.
I
What
don't know.
about
You
you?
see the video of some Asian factory painting apples red. So I don't think apples are all good for you. I think they genetically messed with those things a bit too.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, some people call a hedgehog an apple. I'm thinking, yeah, who each one of them you won't ever eat again.
Well, you can take that tartness out of them if you cook them.
But see,
Yeah,
I
but
like the tartness. That's why I like the green apples.
well, that on a hedgehog, those lumpy green looking fruit looking things, those are full of toxins.
and we used to call them monkey balls, I think, and big old
Yeah, they're damn near the
But
size of a large
grape.
you're
orange.
not talking about crab apples. I thought you were talking about crab apples.
No, no, I'm talking about the big green lumpy ones that the size of a damn near grapefruit.
Oh
And you
yeah.
Well,
bust them
we
open,
don't
they
have them
stink.
up here.
They stink to be damned when you bust them open too.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
never seen one of those.
yeah, we got them up here all over.
Are you talking about the? Oh gosh, what did we call them? We used to throw them at Halloween at people. No, we didn't. People used to. Some people did.
Yeah, we didn't. Other people did. Nice shape, buddy.
It's like a gourd. It's
It's a
Hedge
gourd, but it grows on
apple,
a tree,
hedge apple,
basically.
horse apple. I've heard of them. Hedge apple, horse apple, monkey balls.
A horse won't even touch him.
They're poison.
The
that's
horse.
good, Rob.
Yeah, I don't think we got those up here. If we do, I don't see them.
And
You guys got
horses,
pawpaw?
horses like apples.
Do y'all
Banana,
have pawpaw fruit?
They
bananas are
what?
good for you until they turn yellow, and when they get the brown freckles, when they're the sweetest, they're the worst for you. Then
Well, because they're bleeding
I
out their
love
sugar.
pawpaw.
My mom would wait for them to turn almost completely brown on the outside, and that's when she'd make her banana nut bread.
yeah, or make banana pudding with them.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to eat them when they're still green, no yellow. That's the best time to eat them. The best for you, but I can't
Yeah,
stand
when
it.
they're,
Bittery ass damn.
when they're
Not
green,
all
they've got
horses.
high potassium. So they're not as high
I've
as a
never
plant but
I've never seen the results of it, but I've heard that red maple leaves are bad for horses, like deadly bad.
So is lantana, and that kind of grows wild here. If it gets started, it's like you have to dig it up by every single root and everything to get it out of the ground.
what is
We
it?
lantana. I had it growing wild in my yard at the other house, and we were always riding the horses up to the house. And
Is that a vine-looking plant?
yes, it's got a pretty flower. They're like orange or red
Yep.
or both.
Yep.
They're the ones that got the prickers on them.
Have the what on them?
Prickers, stickers, whatever.
I don't. I don't remember them being thorny or anything.
No, sounds like she's talking about wineweed. Wineweeds like that, you get it if it gets started in your pasture, it'll take over every plant in your pasture. It'll take over your whole pasture. Cows love it, and it's good for you. And they make a scientists have figured out they can take that wineweed and they can boil it down and simmer it, and then strain it through a real fine strainer, and the juices to it will is a cancer fighting uh, stuff in it to help fight cancer.
Bonnie, Devil
It's
Dog
not
wants
the
to come
same
up.
thing because I don't. I'm pretty sure cows can't eat this either. It's poisonous.
Okay.
A lot of stuff can eat stuff we can't. Like, I got poke salad growing all over here, but I don't trust myself to cook it.
Yeah, you got to cook it just right, or yeah, it's toxic.
You got to catch it at a certain point, and it's got to be before it seeds and only certain leaves. And
See
then you
stuff like that, I'd forget or something. I know I would do it wrong. I won't take a chance on.
my grandma
I'm gonna.
used to make it. I destroy it, but I don't trust myself. I never watched her do it.
Mm-mm.
You tell him, believing.
You got to boil it down like 3 times, and then rinse it out, and then fry it with like bacon or fat dip.
And then do not save the grease. Hey, D-Dog.
Hey, hey, Abby Normal. Hey, Caramel Carl.
Camo car.
Pop-Tart.
Yeah, I'm calling Pop Tarts. I call them Sweet Cheeks. So
Cheez-Its. No Pop
Uh,
Tarts.
Pop-Tart is a bad dude.
Yeah, no, that's corn pop. Well, what's the shirt of the day? Sounds like a good plan.
Rob, you see that?
That's what he needs to do.
Nope, I'm not staying out of it, Rob. And if I was down there, I'd probably be the one to supply Louise with some change and shackles.
And if nothing else,
Uh oh.
what?
Does anything look different to y'all?
No.
What did you do?
I don't know, but everybody's huge, and I can't see my chat.
Oh, okay. So you got to take your fingers and like you're squishing a head, squeeze it down.
Like a zit.
are you on a phone or computer?
Computer.
Go down in the bottom right corner. There should be a little square and click it.
Or you can hit Control and roll your mouse wheel, and it'll decrease the size of your screen.
Okay, fixed it.
Was it that little square in the corner?
Just exit full screen. I don't know how I got full screen.
It's like, hi everybody, you're big.
I didn't know I could increase the panel size on my phone. I did that by accident the other day.
Yeah. You was on my channel when you did that, I think.
Yeah.
So how was your exciting day, D-Dog?
It was pretty good. I got to deal with a Karen.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh,
You
they're
mean
always
like a
bad.
real live, out in the wild Karen complainer?
Oh yeah. Yeah, she took her brand new car and perfectly parked it right on the line of her parking spot. And I put my nice old rusty van right next to her car in the middle of my parking spot. And when I came out of Home Depot, she was just screaming at the top of her lungs because she couldn't get into the driver's door. And she wanted to know what I recommend that should be done. I said, well, maybe you should start with some more salads and less ho-hos.
Learn how to drive.
No, I'll just stick with that. I bet if she wouldn't have shaved, her beard would have been thicker than mine.
I've been trying to get mine caught up with years. I'm not having any success. And I've been going about 2.5, 3 weeks. I'm about ready to shave it off again. Just go back to my
Oh, you
goatee.
talking about a Karen who went 100% Lulu then?
Yeah, she went totally nuts and everything else. And the store manager was walking out with me too, because we were talking about me picking up all their pallets that they don't send back, that they send to recycling that costs them money. I told them I'll come pick them all up, and I won't charge you a dime.
Oh
I
yeah.
be it. That's what I do. Anybody getting rid of pallets, I go and get them because that's free wood.
Yeah,
Something
but
can
how
be
many
done.
pallets can you put in a full size van?
20
All of it.
maybe.
Well, you're not stacking them right, because I get over 130 in it.
Oh, those gotta be little ones.
No, full size 4x4 pallets. I just take them apart before I put them in the van.
Oh, all right. Well, I meant like assembled still.
Are you burning the oak or are you just repurposing it?
Um, I build like little garden sheds and shit like that for my neighbors out of it.
Okay.
I was building little shelters for stray cats out of those, making little A-frames, like little chateaus.
I
So
watched a guy do a
you're a male version of the crazy cat lady in your neighborhood.
Yeah, not just cats, whatever critter wanders up.
Yeah, okay.
I watched a
You're the
guy
male
build a full
version of the
size.
crazy cat lady. It's okay, Carl.
I watched a
Well,
guy build
the
a full
critters
size.
like me. All right, critters. I don't know what it is, but wherever I go, critters follow. I've got like maybe 10 cats around me right now outside. I don't even feed them.
Well, Cindy, I don't know. I don't burn them, but
Well, most of them's oak. They're a good wood to burn if you have to.
yeah.
Okay, the wood pallets that are nailed together are not treated with anything, not even an anti-flame thing.
Right.
But the ones that are out of the particle board that are stamped wood pallets, they actually have an anti-burn agent in the glue that they use, and that is toxic to breathe.
So is the glue that holds them together, all the little pieces.
Right.
That glue's thick as hell.
Well, that's good to know. So the ones that are painted blue probably are not good either.
Well, the ones painted blue, they actually pay a deposit on them, and they have to return them to where they got them from.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
supposed to. Blue and yellow.
Well, it depends, because there's blue, yellow, red, and orange. That's the ones I've seen.
Yep.
And Certainty vinyl products uses purple.
Yeah. Cement, like Quickcrete, they use yellow.
Right.
mine are
I know a
just
couple places that'll give you as many oak pallets as you can take. We're talking, you could, it's about an acre full of stacks. And they can't keep up with it. They can't get rid of them fast enough. They're solid oak,
You
untreated.
talking about the place up in Grand Blanc?
Nope, it's up. It's closer to Port Huron. You need to fire up a deuce and come and get them. I'll show you right where.
Well, the place right on 23 up by Grand Blanc that's got pallets just piled up.
Oh, I kind of think I've seen that too. I didn't know they
Yeah.
gave them away, but this factory I'm speaking of, man, they'll give you. All you got to do is ask them, and they will let you go in and take them all if you think you can do it.
Well,
Because there'll be
I
another
go
field
up
full in
to
no time.
I go to that one place in Grand Blanc once a month, and I'll fill up my van, and they really appreciate it.
Yep.
And the thing I like most about that place is they actually have siding pallets that I can tear down. So I got, 10.5 foot long boards.
Yep. Yep.
Wow. That's that's nice.
Yeah.
Especially if you're building little buildings for people.
Yeah, and those on the siding pallets, that's all 3/4 stock.
Yeah.
Yep, it's usually 1x6 for the tops, and the bottoms are usually 1/2 inch by 4s.
There's some good techniques on taking them apart, but from what I've experienced, it's kind of based on how the wood reacts.
Well, okay, the tool that I have, I had to make myself, and it goes on the cross member, and it has two spikes that go underneath the board, and it lifts it up on both sides, so it pulls out the nail and everything all in one shot.
You know,
Instead of pulling the nail through, it'll pull the nail with the top board.
Well, it'll pull the nail through, but if it's stapled, it pulls the staple out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We slam them down on the corner once, and that works real good.
It loosens them up. I usually take one of those. It's an old school style, like a pointy pry bar with two teeth, and it's got a little 90-degree on it, and I could take that and tap it once with the hammer if it's a nail. But if it's a staple, I just take a die grinder and zip. I go with instead of cutting the staple in half, one way, I put the die grinder straight down on the staple and grind as much of the top of it as you can. You don't have to get it all. You just have to weaken it. That's the least damage done to the boards. But if you get into those really good oak pallets, boy, those suckers are a challenge to take apart sometimes.
Yeah, all the hickory pallets that I end up getting, because there's still a bunch of them out there, I save that and I plane it down and I make nice shit out of it.
Yeah, you can get hickory ones. I've never even seen a hickory pallet. That would be cool.
Well, there's a lot of them that are hickory and hard rock maple.
Seen what I thought was maple.
They got a tool you can buy to break them down with too. I don't know if that's what you use.
Well, I haven't seen a tool specifically for that, but I'll look that up.
It's called let's see, a pallet buster.
I'll look that one up. I didn't even know about it.
Pallet breaker tool, pallet buster.
If a man's fortunate enough, he has two skid steers with forks or two forklifts with forks. You put one in there, put it all the way down to hold it down. You put the other one in from the other side, just split, and it'll just pop the whole thing apart too. Works pretty good, but not everybody has two of them laying around.
I've got a couple of hand tools that are specifically for the upholstery world. They're for taking the staples out of furniture, and they're made to do it fast. All right, if you master the art, you can de-staple a chair real fast. But that works on some of the smaller pallets, but you got to have something beefier for the bigger staples.
That's one version of it.
Yep.
Oh, I've seen those. I've seen people use those on roofs.
Probably seen them and didn't know what it was.
No, I've seen them used on roofs.
Well, when I started tearing them apart, I used to use a roof tear-off tool.
The fork?
Yeah. That's what that reminds me of. Now I see the big picture on the screen. It's a little different. I still don't think that would work on all the oak pallets. Something's going to break. You got to weaken that fastener before you can mess with some of them. The wood's too hard. It'll split too easy.
Yeah, but it usually don't split very far. If it does, it usually splits from the nail to the end, and not all the way down. very seldom. And now in the middle, it'll pull the nails right out because it's in the middle of the board. It's going to have to split too much. So then you got to drive out. Yeah, we
I saw a guy take and make a zigzag angular pattern on his walls, on the interior walls, and it was very cool. You know what I'm saying? It's like he did repeated zigzags from the floor all the way to the ceiling, and then he sanded it all down and stained it. It was a real cool alternative indoor siding.
don't they call that um, the herringbone pattern?
Yeah, it's like a herringbone twill. The old 1950s Army issue fatigues were called herringbone twill. It's just like that.
Yep. Well, they do bricklaying the same way. They use a herringbone pattern.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I didn't know it was called herringbone.
Yep.
I can't stand drywall. If I ever do another place for myself, there won't be any drywall in there for me. I don't. I just. It's like the worst thing you can use inside of a house. To me, I mean, if you get it wet, it's ruined. If you hit it too hard, it's ruined. I like wood siding. I'd even use old barn siding or something before I'd use drywall.
Yeah, I used to get they're kind of pallets, but they're more or less a crate. I used to get them down here off the railroad, and those were made out of that waterproof 2x12s. It had four 2x12s nailed together, and on each end it had a 2x12 patch, and they were 12 foot long. I wanted all them pallets I could get.
You know, I used to get something like that too, but they were like kind of a flimsier, thin wood. Had a wire hinge latches on the top. Is that what you're talking about?
No, these were actual. They weren't. They may have been oak. I still got some out there, but one guy seen me get a bunch of one. I was doing, so I break them down and use the wood. He looked at them, and they were actual stamped, basically womanized 2x12s.
You know, I think this is a new subject, guys. Pallet talk, I think, is new to the panels.
What do you mean womanized?
Waterproof. They're kind of a yellowish looking.
It's treatment that they press into the wood, Bonnie, and that's why in a lot of places, especially the city, it's illegal to burn construction wood because of like particle board glue or womanized treatments in the wood. They're not good for you to breathe.
I've just never heard it called that.
It's like marine wood. It's basically waterproof. It don't rot. It takes a lot to make it rot.
Right.
It's harder to burn, but then when it does burn, it's hazardous.
Hey, there's something I've never told you guys. I worked for a company called iWood Design that made custom cabinets that are worldwide known. I actually I did a lot of the work. I mean, other people worked on the job, but I did a lot of work on cabinets that were specifically designed and installed into the White House.
That's cool.
Cool.
I just thought about it. I forgot all about it. That's a true thing.
Well, and that's hopefully everyone knows not to burn wires, plastic, treated wood, anything like that, especially in your wood stoves.
You damn sure
That
don't.
company was out of Interlochen, Michigan. I'll bet D-Dog knows where Interlochen is.
You're a
He's
mess.
on a call.
D-Dog's on a call.
He's muted, so I think he got a call. But I'm stepping down, you guys. Have a great night. I'll watch the rest tomorrow. Love ya.
We'll see you later.
Good night.
Love you all in chat. Good night.
You know, I've done a lot of chair repairs. I mean, in the thousands, doing upholstery work. But every now and then, somebody would talk me into doing some woodworking and stuff. And a friend of mine came up with this idea, and I've been using it ever since. We got this really ornately carved furniture that had a bunch of chips all over it. And my buddy who passed away years ago, he was looking at it, he got an idea, got quiet, went off on his own, and he mixed a bunch of wood glue and tobacco together and then dyed it while it was before it was dry and came over and I saw him applying it to the chipped carving and he tried to make it as close as he could and then he came back and he sanded it and I'll be doggone, man, it was, you were hard pressed to tell the difference. You can take wood glue, stain, and tobacco and fix very ornate little carvings and stuff. It's doable. You can sand that stuff. It's tough. It was a great idea that works.
Wow.
Yeah, I say a guy doing that, he'd take up and grind up ramen noodles,
Oh wow!
and grind it into a powder or small pieces and mix it with wood glue and use it to fill in holes in wood and then sand it off. And it looked like off wood, but it was wood, sort of.
Right. Wow.
Ramen
Ramen noodles.
Wow.
And I was like, yeah, people eat that shit.
Yeah. Well, it's good for the shop.
Okay, all the ramen noodles coming out of the preps.
Yeah.
Once you see ramen noodles made in the factory, you might not want them no more.
I'm
Yeah, they're all
sure.
processed.
I've
Like
never eaten them, but all the kids do. They just
Get
love
them,
them.
get them the ones that are in the Oriental section, and they'll be a different. They'll say rice noodle, and that's fine. But ramen, no, I don't know what they're made of. But they're not
That's a
rice.
mystery. Hey, V, I didn't see you in there.
I guess because they're cheap. That's probably how they're going to slip all that in. Be the cheapest thing to buy.
I'll always keep it and just save it for emergencies. If it
Less
does have enough, it will kill a hunger pain. So always keep that stuff. It's cheap, but just save it for last.
Well, I got into this information back in the 80s, Shane, where I read about how certain species of trees were almost wiped out in America. Like what's called the black birch, but it's actually a white birch tree. You know, it appears to be white, even though it's
Right.
called the black birch. Well, what it was, you can take the inner cambium layer under the bark and between the hardwood, and you can strip it up into noodles and make pasta out of tree bark. And it's actually pretty good. It's nutritious. And there's several species of trees that can be done with. You do it with pine, you can
You
do
know
it with
that
aspen.
that white tender fleshy part.
Yep.
Yes, the cambium layer. And it's actually healthy and tasty. And but the thing is like it was killing the trees off. If you cut a birch, if you even took a jackknife and went all the way around the tree with just a slice, you just killed that tree. There's no more production going up into the tree. And that's what was happening. Is if you ever do, try the noodles, don't take the bark all the way around the tree. Take it off of less than half the tree. And the
Yeah,
tree
you got
it'll heal.
half to. You got to leave a half to 2/3 of it go up and down instead of all the way around.
Yep.
It'll heal itself if it's got part of it there, but
Well, that's good to know. So when you're cutting limbs off of a tree, you don't have to poke the
Well,
cut.
now the smaller branches, Monty, aren't going to produce what I'm talking about. You need actually from the trunk. You can get a little bit maybe from the branches, but it's not going to be enough to mess with.
Okay.
All right, Rob. Good night. Try to get some rest. I know it's going to be difficult, but try to get some rest, bud.
Night, Rob.
We'll try to talk tomorrow or so.
You take care. I know my son, when he had his kidney surgery, it was like 2 months. He was still, because it goes through muscle, and they even did the laparoscopic. I think he had one that was about a 2-inch incision, but it takes a while for that to heal. If you hear me, Rob.
He's hearing you, but he doesn't want to hear it.
I know, and I know he's bored. I know it's the hardest thing when you're used to being on your feet all the time or doing something all the time to sit still. But
You'll find out right quick.
sometimes we have
Traveling
to.
busybody.
Yep. He's
Yeah, even with my back thrown out, I was like, I can't just sit still. And so it kept doing it. So now I'm trying to sit still.
Was it just quivering or is it pulling?
And now I'm pretty sure I pulled a muscle.
Yeah.
I Googled it.
Uh-huh. Trying to think of that stuff I had that was all natural that you put on your back with that stuff. Helps relax the muscle.
That's what Red was telling me about that. I thought I wrote it down. doTERRA Deep Blue. Because when she broke her toes, they were really swollen and pain. And she said in like 2 days it looked a lot better.
Oh yeah.
Night, somebody.
Somebody good night.
Love you.
Good night, somebody, G. It's better than nobody.
Yes.
Actually, I kind of worry about that, a little bit for if we actually do have a food crisis and it gets bad, there's going to be a lot of species of plants and animals are going to get wiped out quick. I've heard that, it's like swans are protected because they're almost eaten into extinction. I could imagine something like that happening pretty quick with the population this big.
Yeah, like deer. There's I don't know how many deer, but it won't take long to do them like the buffalo.
Well, Michigan is full of deer. I mean, to the point where they actually need to control that herd a little bit.
Well, that's why they
Yeah.
brought all the mountain lions and shit out here, is because the population of deer was so big they was just stealing everybody's crops.
Yeah, but I'm worried a little bit about disease in these days. Like if somebody fed them something that went through the herds and stuff, it makes me a little nervous. I hear things about like the wild boars have a disease, and I cut open a deer once a long time ago down by the city. I'll give it that. All right, but there was a ball of something in there that was so nasty I wouldn't eat the deer. I'm sure it was cancer,
Yellow,
but man,
gross,
it
mucus
was
looking.
like it was a baseball sized gray snot ball. It was nasty and it smelled, and I just wouldn't touch the rest of the meat. So now I'm really cautious. I look at the meat and I want to see what's going on in there before I just decide. I gotta, and it's got to smell right to me, you know,
Right.
because we've had chemical spills and stuff here in Michigan over the decades that people don't even think about anymore. It's first and foremost in my mind that this area was once contaminated. It probably still is contaminated.
Some of the drinking water maybe too.
Right. But from generation to generation, it seems like that information is getting forgotten.
That's why we need those meters.
Well, stuff like that, I don't even know if it's going to help because, like, the Clinton watershed, it's just north of Detroit. I remember back in the 80s, a chemical incineration plant blew up and it leaked down into the Clinton watershed and all the swamps and all that in that area. I'm telling you, it had kaleidoscope colored oil slicks on this swamp, square miles of it, and there was nothing living. No insects, no amphibians, no fish, no bird, no nothing wanted any part of that for years. Now I see people kayaking and tubing through there, and I'm thinking, no, not me. I'll go to a different river.
Yeah, that's crazy. Huh.
Had the PCB thing here in mid Michigan, almost directly in the middle of the MIT in the 70s, to where they killed herds of cows by the thousands because they were contaminated. And it's that stuff just doesn't go away. It will remain in an area.
So that's where one of the small rivers has a greenhouse on one side of the river and then the water plant on the other side. And I always wondered about the fertilizer. Because it's when it rains, it's running off.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I know enough about factories to know that they sneak things into the watershed they're not supposed to at certain times of the day, kind of deal.
Yes.
And there's been times where somebody bought a piece of property around because Michigan's been full of factories for a long time. But somebody will buy a piece of property and they'll start to sculpt the land, and they'll find a landfill of 1,000 barrels of toxic waste the factory couldn't afford to get rid of, so they just had it buried out back. It's like, oops.
Bonnie, did I send you that video on the ammunition plant over here by me? They call it Chernobyl of East Texas. All the stuff they did with ammunition and rocket fuels and different stuff like that. They 40s and 50s that they tainted the ground so bad with arsenic and other things that are a lot worse. But
I'm thinking you might have, because that name sounds familiar.
I'd like to know about that one too.
Makes you wonder how long it takes before it gets to the aquifer.
yeah, that's one of the things. It's right on top of that old lake.
Yep.
Hey, Tennessee.
So you know it's in there.
Matter of fact, parts of that place runs into Caddo Lake.
Well, the Oakland County is the county here in Michigan that I spent most of my childhood, And growing up, I learned about, because there was different watersheds attached to different lakes. And I ended up studying watersheds. So there was like 6 major watersheds in one county. and they would all flow to an inward area and end, coming from a water source. And if you see the intricacy of how a watershed itself can be, it's like a vein going off into the country and splintering out, fingering out in all different directions. So where if the main water source was infected, anything below that could be 150 square miles or something of land that has these lakes and streams and swamps that are all connected, that all flows into it. So it's kind of frightening that they could poison something like that. It could seep into the countryside in a massive scale. That's criminal,
Yes,
man. That's crimes against humanity, if you ask me. Those people need to be checked, and they need to be responsible for a cleanup effort. You know, that's
I sent it
they're
to you,
killing
Carl.
our future. Huh? All right,
I,
cool. Thank you.
thank you, Cashew. I guess I hit that point you did, but
what's that?
I'm not worried about how many subs.
I'm not either. The only thing I worry about is them trying to push that number on me. I don't like that. That's just I guess, the religious aspect of me that number is just uncalled for. They might think it's funny, but I don't. Yeah, Bonnie, it's about a half a dozen messages between me and you up in there, and it's got it's a YouTube channel about different things in Texas. And one of the things is talking about
Okay.
the richest acre in the world back when the big oil boom started. Kilgore had it. They had the most oil rigs in one area and 1 acre of land in the world than they had anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, Kilgore. That's right. And I don't know where that is exactly. The oil rigs
Right
that
next to
was my
Tyler.
great next to Tyler. Okay.
Yeah,
Um, the oil rigs that were on my great grandparents' property, well, they're still there. It's just outside of Carthage.
yeah. Kilgore's above Carson. It's like
Yeah.
kind of northwest of it.
Yeah, Bonnie, you're at 667.
Thank y'all. Yes, Anna Marie. I agree.
Weird how yours would go up, mine they monkeying with.
Well, hers ain't. We'll look at it again tomorrow. They may jack with it.
Yeah.
You guys realize that the people in this community are really genuinely good people. You know that auction I had? Everybody's been super kind that contacted me. I love this community, man. This is great.
I know it. It's
Sorry, I just had another email from a person in the community. I'll just leave it at that. You know, and it's a very civil, polite experience. It's better than it's better than doing a flea market or something. You know, it's just I don't know, enjoyable. They make it
yeah.
enjoyable.
And that's most of the people are good hearted, God loving people. And we're all trying to reach the same goal.
Cashew, you could email me anytime.
We can't be divided. We have to stay united to get through this, even if it's like this. I mean, look how many people are alone, just looking for someone to talk to. Keep the channels open and let them be able to make friends and enjoy other people. So that's called social media.
Now you're supposed to be able to talk to people.
Do what?
Actually, I think I even wrote Cashew's email down. I just thought about that. I should just contact everybody because I've collected a lot of contact information over the last couple of years that I've never even used. I should probably just send out one of those. What do they call that? Where you send the email to everybody?
A mass email
Yeah,
group.
if I remember how to do that, I haven't done that in 20 years. But
It's pretty
just when you go
easy.
to,
Once you put a name in, it'll go over for you to add another one, and you can just keep adding.
right on,
I
Cashew,
need
I
to,
got it. I must have 30 emails written down from somebody I just remembered I had.
yep, I need to go through my notebook that just filled up because I know I have a bunch of emails, and I've been trying to keep texts all in one to for any announcements or anything, and but I've gotten a whole lot more since then. I need to put it all together. I've got phone numbers. We were doing it by text. I would rather do it by email, but all the girls just kept doing it by text, and I was like, okay, my phone's getting filled up. Oh, look who snuck in. I don't know if you have service, hon. We'll try it.
But
There we go.
I was going to ask, I just remembered, is Devil Doggy still out there somewhere?
Hey, Deanna.
Hello.
I
Can you
think
guys
he
hear?
left.
Can you hear me?
You're a little
I
choppy, but
sound
we hear
terrible.
you.
Yeah.
Nope.
Nice hat, D.
It is. I thought she said she was driving.
yeah, you can see her seatbelt on.
Oh, okay. So her service is probably going in and out.
What is Oh, right on, Cashew. Appreciate that.
Oh, I didn't know that. That makes sense.
So it goes out individually, privately, and doesn't show it like a chain mail. I
Right.
think is why.
I'm not sure.
Hey, JJ.
Hi, JJ. That's right, Cashew. Benjamin's the reason everybody's getting 10 pounds, not talking about the food.
Um,
There's a hole in the ground. You guys wouldn't believe the size of it down by where Benji is. I just have this strong urge to explore this thing. It's a massive mine that when you drive by it on the highway, you can see the giant trucks at the bottom of them. They look like little itty bitty toys. This thing is, it looks like it's a half mile deep or something. And it's a massive square. And it's on both sides of the road. So in actuality, you're driving the highway south of Chicago. And on both sides of you, there's this canyon-sized, perfectly square hole on both sides of the road. It's a very odd thing to see. You would take
And it's a
a lot
monster
of rope to
instead.
be able to climb down it.
JJ, no, I haven't got none since a little while. It's been 5 or 6 days, I think, since we had our last rain. Maybe 4 or 5.
Oh, okay. Be
Thornton
honest, fixing to
Quarry
be going.
and McCook Quarry. You would think if you dug something that deep in the ground, Benji, it was going to fill with water. I wonder if they have pumps that keeps that from happening.
Shane, did you get rain out your way?
No,
JJ's
no.
asking.
Yeah, and that's why I said no. I haven't got none in 4, 5,
Oh,
6 days.
Oh, wow, Benji, I couldn't see the water from the angle I was looking by it. Or at least it used to not have water. Maybe it's recent.
I guess
Yeah,
our rain's gone.
you still got a bunch of it between almost exactly the middle between San Angelo and Austin.
What? More rain?
Yeah, it's just sitting there right now.
Oh, cool.
It's moving towards, kind of going north towards Abilene, and it looks like by 1 o'clock it's going to about turn into nothing. 2 o'clock it's about gone.
Mm.
We better get a move on if it's going to visit Bonnie.
See, it's saying what today's Wednesday. Today we had a 50% chance, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 55% chance. So it looks like we're going to get more. Hopefully.
Yeah, my rain barrels are full.
I thought you just emptied them.
I worked on it hard, and they got some of that rain yesterday, and it pretty much filled everything back up.
Nice.
Yeah, check that you're seeing. It already went over us.
Yeah, they're
It's
calling
literally
tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, calling for rain here. Thunderstorm Sunday.
out of 2 months. There's been like 10 days it hasn't rained.
It has not?
Yeah, 10 days out of 2 months there was no rain.
Goodness.
A couple of days it was a light rain. I'll give it that.
We might have got 10 days of rain in the last 6 months.
Yeah, no,
You got more than me. I probably had 3 days in that time.
keeps that up.
Maybe
You
that's
will.
something to do with the Great Lakes here. I don't know, but I don't remember it being this storm filled and rain filled at this time of year ever in my life. This was more rain and storms than I can recall. This in the summer, that's usually something for the spring. This year it was the summer.
I don't know why my weather thing here says no rain for the next 2 hours, and there's nothing within 300 miles of here that's any kind of rain.
Yes, Red. He had to start a new channel.
We do have a front moving south going from Colorado into Kansas towards Shane, Oklahoma. Look like you might get some rain here by maybe 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'll have to go look at that because I didn't see anything predicted.
Unless it breaks up, it's 1 o'clock. It's over Garden City, Kansas.
Yeah.
Bonnie,
Mm-hmm.
do you mind if I share Craig the Hunter's new channel in your chat?
No, I don't know.
Because he got hit. I don't know why he got hit, but here's his new channel, girls.
There's no time.
Well, I see 2 mods in your chat that didn't know about it, so
Yeah.
he's a goof. You know, Craig's a goofball, but he's a likable goofball.
You're welcome, Kathy. I know. I like when he goes to check the feeders. We're going to ride. I like to ride
He's got a
along.
sweet piece of property.
Yeah.
What's up, country?
Good job.
Hey,
Country home
he
cook.
said he had- but
I'm just yakking. Go ahead.
he said he had
You got
500.
really low, Bonnie. Wow, I just got Craig's.
Welcome back, homesteading.
Craig got 6 subs already since I posted that link.
Country homesteading. Do you put videos on your channel?
Who you talking to?
Country homesteading.
Oh, all right, making sure I didn't catch the beginning of it.
Well, let's see. Country only has 3 subscribers, except for now I'm subscribed. It
Yeah.
joined in July 5th of 2021. There's no content, no video, no playlist, and no channel to share.
Still
See,
learning.
I just vetted you, Country. How do you feel now? You feel like you've been intruded on?
Rocky Mountain High. Hawk was over on my channel right before we came over here to Bonnie's.
I knew it was Rocky Mountain High.
Yeah.
We just
He's
seen
been
Hawk
trying
today.
to.
Practice moving.
I was talking, but that's okay.
Yeah, Rocky Mountain, he was on Shane's show today. Doing all right. He looked a lot happier. What's up, Frank? It's pronounced Frankenstein.
Well, now I'm one of them.
I just stuck a box of them. I seen them at the store earlier and grabbed them. They're Pepperidge Farm peach turnovers. Hopefully, maybe they got something in them. Everything anymore you get to any kind of pie, it's like somebody was making a bunch of pie filling and then wiped the counter, all that what they put in a pie.
Yeah, when you said peach cobbler, then I realized you said it was what Pepperidge Farm. Then that lost me.
Have you ever had those turnovers?
No, I don't. I like bakery stuff. I can't really do the box stuff no more.
I don't have a choice out here unless I go to the end of the city, and I'd rather do without than deal with crazy people around a bunch of stores.
Oh, I know a
Yeah.
few little areas, little towns that got good bakeries. Yes.
They got a donut
Yeah.
shop out here. And they're like Filipino or something that own it, with the Mexican girls running it. So they got donuts, but
I won't
Yeah, we
even
have a
go unless
donut.
I kind of know the people, you know?
Yeah. Well, ours are pretty good, and they're Asian. Um, so for lunch, they serve Asian food too.
I wish they do that here.
We have a
They,
little spot that serves some Thai food also. We have a lot of choices of food around here for takeout, but I don't eat takeout, so I can't tell anybody how good it is. But I hear people around town talk about it.
I have gotten so much slack for the last 30 years for not wanting fast food or takeout or anything at a restaurant. It just,
Yeah.
it doesn't, I don't feel good after I eat the stuff. It's, if I cook
they're
at home
Yep.
out of things, I feel energetic. I don't feel gut issues. The minute I go to that
Yes.
stuff, it messes with my system. And I don't want to feel like that.
We go out to eat. I
Yeah.
drink like a Chinese place. It's got a buffet. I eat a lot of vegetables and stuff.
We have this one restaurant that um, it used to be in the Texas magazine and everything. Best chicken fried steak around. And uh, they sold it, and the new owner, they purposely put MSGs in everything. And it's like, so I don't even recommend that restaurant to anybody.
Good call. There's no need
There's
for
a
that.
there's a place
Unless,
down here. The place
sorry,
down here, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours south of me, Wheeler, Texas. I want to tell you what. As soon as you hit the stoplight, the only one in town, you go right, which is going to be west. And down there, right at the end of town, there's a little bitty old cafe. It's been there forever. Mom and Pops. They make the best chicken fried steak I've ever had. Nice and tender every time. I mean, homemade gravy. I mean, it is one of the best chicken fried steaks I've ever eaten in my life. And that's down there in Wheeler, Texas.
yeah, this one used to be, but
Part of it comes from working in the restaurant industry. I was a cook when I was young at a lot of places. You know, I worked at two pizza places. I was a cook at a Ram's Horn. I was also a waiter there at first. But then worked prep cook and line cook. I worked at Big Boys. I worked at a golf course that a millionaire's golf course, you know, and I worked at all these places in the restaurant, and I learned things about people that disturb me. All right, how people's sanitary habits are, or
yes.
how they can be smartasses or something like that. I was working as a line cook at a Big Boy, and I heard all the waitresses come squealing out of the back rooms, going, "Oh God, no!" And I'm like,
Eh,
"What's going on there?" And I go back, and he'd been working there a few months at least, but the dish dog in the hole was eating the food out of the drains to
Oh, yeah.
gross
Yes.
the waitresses out, you know. And it was like that's some sick,
Yes.
you know. And it's knowing things like that I don't really trust a restaurant unless I really know the people.
Yes. And um, when I was managing that same restaurant I was talking about, we had one of our waitresses, as she was taking the dishes to the dishwasher, she was eating off of their plates. And I was like, do you know what you're doing? Yeah.
Do you know where hepatitis C comes from? I mean, hello.
It's nutty to see that people are like that. in a way, it can make you lose faith in humanity, man. It's
Yes.
unfortunate.
Well, I mean, if they're that damn hungry and you're the manager, say, "Come here and sit down," and cook them a meal. Say, "Here,
Oh,
eat
they
this."
used to give you free meals. If you work in a restaurant, you usually get a free lunch.
Yep.
Yes, you do.
So I don't know whether she was overweight, couldn't stop eating, or if she was just hollow legs, or don't eat at home, and just trying to make up for it, or what.
I don't know. It's amazing. I am a fanatic about hand washing, and so there were hand washing stations all over the place because that's health code law. And you just wouldn't believe how many times I was having to tell them, wash your hands, wash your hands. And then the bleach water that we used to wipe down the tables and chairs and benches and everything. I didn't care that my hands were dried out, bleachy every day. I
That's
was
another
constant.
thing I've seen too much of is people not washing their hands. And most of the time it's dudes, right? When you work in a restaurant, I have to admit, most gals are sanitary. Guys, not so much.
I know.
Even when I cook here at my house, every time I touch something, I get it where it's going. I go wash my hands before I touch the next product, whatever it may be. Even if it's the same identical product, it's going in the same place. You leaving, Chuck? You're muted, buddy.
Yeah, yeah, it's
I keep
muted. That's
waiting
what
to
it
try
is.
to jump in, and y'all don't even stop to breathe where I can get a chance. So I'll just let y'all talk.
No,
Oh, Chuck.
later, Chuck.
Gummit.
Hey, when that happens, I just sit back and wait.
Sorry about that, Chuck.
He probably had some gross restaurant stories too.
He probably did.
Yeah,
That,
you just don't know. You know that same big boy I was talking about, Bonnie. The
yeah.
you gotta do certain meals every day. You know, it's like there's certain things that you do every day there at that restaurant. You got to prepare. And I went to go get some chicken, and they kept it in these like 40-gallon clear tubs with lids in the cooler.
Hmm.
And all I did was lift that lid, and I knew right away all the chicken in that tub is gone. It's trash. It's been there too long. I can smell it. I know it's bad.
Oh, no.
And I go tell the manager, or actually probably the hostess at this point, which was the manager's girlfriend. And the manager was way older than her. And I'm just painting a picture for you in a minute. So, I'm like, this is bad chicken. We got to get rid of it. Oh, no, that's not bad chicken. I said, well, that is bad chicken. You go smell it. Oh, well, it smells like it's still good. And, okay, whatever. And then a couple more people come in and go, oh, that's bad, girl. You're right. And I refused to cook that chicken. And they
Yep.
fired me right that night. And
Wow.
it was like I said, the manager was an older guy, and he had his younger girlfriend as the hostess. And I was not wrong, so I went out of there going, whatever, there's other jobs right down the road, and went on my way. 2 weeks later, and this is in Oxford, Michigan, at the Oxford Big Boy. 2 weeks later, front page of the newspaper, arrested for embezzlement. This couple had been taking massive amounts of Elias Brothers merchandise and food, and they were caught with it at their home. And not only were they stealing from the company in a massive amount, probably the cash too, from what I remember, that there's they were willing to make people sick in order to take money. You know, there was,
It's
but they
horrible.
were gone.
If you're on your tablet, can't you get that FaceTime thing on your tablet?
I don't know why. It's like I think it's like not doing that for some reason.
Good night, Rocky Mountain High. Thank you for coming in.
Good night, Rock Mountain. Yeah, well, Chuck, if you got a feeling about it, it seems like it's been there for a lot of days, Chuck.
See you,
That's
Rocky.
kind of weird.
I know. It keeps going down, back down to it.
But on the other hand, since everybody knows now that it's bothering you, you probably got some people out there just messing with you, brother. Yeah.
Maybe that's why I never look at the numbers. Because I don't want to know.
What we ought to do is get about 30 people to drop off there that all like Chuck. Get his number away from that. And then once it hits that number again, all 30 of us hit it. And that should get it up far enough they'll leave him alone.
Oh, he's up now.
Okay. Okay, good. Yep.
But I remember the other
Yeah, I
night
should make a backup.
when we kept sharing it out, he got up to 675.
Yep.
So it's kind of weird that it went back down.
Welcome to ScrewTube.
Oh, he said 685.
Yeah, but he's back up to 678.
Yeah, I think if we can get him to break that 700 mark, I think
Right.
he should be okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know how you can limit who's in your chat by how long they've been subbed to you?
No.
You know how that setting is? And the reason I'm bringing that up is because I believe that when somebody like us starts a channel, we get about 30 people that sub to us that really don't like us, and there might not even be real people, and they stay sub to you for a period of time, and at any moment they could all drop off, you know. And I've seen that number 30 where people lose or gain 30 subs in a flash. Like it's all the same.
What happened to me just the other day?
No.
I was at 387, and they dropped to 357. Yep. Just
What you so three? That's 30.
yes, it
Yeah.
is. That's why I brought it up. They did the same thing when I was at 157 and 187.
Wow. See, now that's too big of a coincidence in my eyes.
Imagine that. I can imagine, Chuck. That's they're jacking with you.
Thank you, Country Homesteading.
Well, it was like what happened to you today. All right. That was an intentional multilateral invasion. I don't know how else to put it. Because they were all either minors or they were advertising things to do with minors. They were all Asian, and it looked like they were all from the same area. So what it made me think is somebody's being a smartass, going into an Asian chat somewhere and dropping your link. So now you got all these people coming over that just subbed to you from a stream that probably isn't very nice people, or they're demented people. You know what I'm saying, Shane? Like somebody's seeding and
It
setting
just
you
happened
up.
to me.
Well, one thing that I do know about that, because my daughter plays games online, and
Well, yeah.
so YouTube will recommend channels to the gamers.
Yep.
Because that happened to me 2 nights. It like my views were over 3,000, and I was all, there is no way 3,000 people came to watch this. There's no way. And it was just those 2 nights, but um, same thing happened. A bunch of kids were coming in the chat, and one of them even came up on panel, I think, and they
Yep.
said that they were a gamer is how they found.
Yeah, there was a
I'm
young fellow.
I'm glad I know about this now, Bonnie, because I never heard of that, and that makes a lot of sense to me. I was
Yes,
unaware of that possibility.
Well, where do you think a lot of your trolls come from? They're the gamers.
yeah.
Well, I
They get,
didn't think of it like that because I'm not a gamer. I don't play any video games. All
well,
right?
they
Well,
get
I
bored with
didn't
the
even
game,
think
and that's
about
the first thing they do.
and there's also a game that they play where they go to these YouTube channels and they get so many points if they can get in chat, and then they get more points if they're able to get up on the panel,
it. Oh my
Like the
and they
goodness.
get
scavenger
paid
hunt.
money to do that.
Yeah, it's
See,
a
now
scavenger
you're
hunt.
you're making sense of some bewilderment I've had for a long time. This is
Yes,
putting a missing piece in place. Wow.
yeah. Keyword in your titles will do it, or um, yeah. I think it
I,
was the
I
title.
I do know kids that sit in front of a television or their phone and just watch other people play video games on YouTube. Like as long as their parents will let them. That's all they're interested in doing. They're not even playing the game. They're just watching it played. And might I add, it's played in a rather like they're intentionally trying to kill themselves in 100 ways, or something. It's just the most ridiculous things.
Oh my
At least
goodness.
for me, I can't understand the enjoyment of watching somebody else play a game.
Yeah, and that's why everyone's so leery of the chat when they see a new name, because all these things are happening that you just don't know. And
Have you ever heard of Momo?
Momo,
This was a trending thing a few years ago where those same videos I was talking about that children watch all the time would
hmm
be they started being interrupted by like a hacker, and he called himself Momo, and he was like dressed like a horror film kind of deal, and it was no, I never got to the bottom of who did it or why it was being done, but it was a very strange phenomenon. Momo. I'd look and see if I could find any of that, and I'll send one to you if I find it.
okay. Well, and that's two of my sons live a good distance away, and so that's what my daughter does while she's on the gaming is she's playing with one of my sons. He likes to play the games with her. They get along
Well, I
better.
heard talk of psychological conditioning, right? Whereas
Yes.
some of these things may be nefarious in their origin, whereas they're trying to mess with the children, and that's where I don't know. Parents need to be on top of that kind of thing.
Yeah. Crazy world out there with the technology. It can be good and it can be bad. It's like everything else.
Uh, Guardian, it may have been. I don't know. I never had to witness it. I never got to see it, so I'm not real sure.
Yeah, I don't, never heard of it.
Here it is.
I just know my daughter got Grand Theft Auto, and she wanted me to sit and play with her one time. She had two controls, and I sat down to play with her. And
I'm going to send this to you in a different way, Bonnie, because I clicked on it, and this content now may contain offing you or yourself or self-harm topics. Viewer discretion is this, somebody has made some videos about this Momo thing. I'll send you one,
Thank you. Okay.
and you're gonna have to hit the allow to watch it, I guess. Let me see if I can find one without that.
Yeah,
There's another
Country
one.
Homestead. I've seen that, and I can't remember who did that. I think it was over on my channel that someone sent that to you. I remember seeing it because I thought that sounded pretty good, really. Yeah, I can't remember who sent that to you.
Both of these ones have that parental warning on them now. But this character that I'm sending you, Bonnie, would show up in the middle of a video without warning. I guess I could put one in the chat for people to see if they've never seen Momo. Just because it's got a warning on it doesn't mean you can't. I put
Yeah.
it in the regular chat.
Well, I learned real quick. I can't drive with a little control. So I told her, I'm not playing these games no more.
One of those games are kind of, especially Grand Theft Auto. I mean, it's kind
It's
of wicked.
gruesome.
Yes.
It's horrible. Yes.
Yep.
Well, they
Oh,
all
you
are.
know about the secret codes where you can go and have sex with a character in a back room and all that stuff? You know about those secret codes?
Oh,
Yep.
goodness. I think I saw something about that on way back on Criminal Minds or NCIS or something like that. And one of the guys went in to play to catch somebody. That was the only way they could catch this person that was actually committing crimes.
Yeah, there's those games are twisted on a level that people won't accept or admit because there's games that are out there that the idea is to kill innocent people, to assault them sexually, whatever. That's part of the game. You give them points for doing such heinous acts. You could say it's just a game, but that's also evidence of no morality at all. Because can you,
Exactly.
anybody here, imagine getting satisfaction or entertainment out of doing that kind of thing? Even thinking about it. I know I
Why
sure
do you,
can.
why
No.
do you, we had all these riots and stuff this couple of years ago because of that. Uh,
Yes,
these
yes.
these children grow up playing nothing but games, and then you turn around and they can't figure out why they're getting in trouble for what they did. They think they're in a game.
Yeah, I mean,
It's ultimate programming, I guess.
I
Like,
hate to be the stick in the mud or the old guy or whatever they want to call me, but you'll never change my idea of thinking on that. I'm convinced of it.
Cindy, I do remember that. That was over in Tulsa. There's over 3,000 tickets supposedly are supposed to be reserved, and never paid for them and never showed up.
Hmm. Some people just want to watch the world burn.
They got paid to do it. It was on TikTok. Think about it.
yeah.
Did you get a look at that, Bonnie, or you can't look at it right now?
Did you send it in Messenger?
Yep. Now, like I said, a 5, 6-year-old kid sitting there playing a game, all of a sudden that character pops up and tells him something to do. Pretty twisted.
Uh, Country homesteading. Uh, I'll have to look. I'll have to look. I didn't really even pay attention.
Oh, my goodness.
There's the reaction I was waiting for.
And it even says the following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics.
So
That is,
what?
It's this character. It looks like it's out of a horror film or something that will just pop up in a kid's video and tell them to hurt themselves or somebody else,
and
and
then,
then disappear,
but when you
and
go
then
to
grow.
it, the warning is the following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics.
Yeah, see, they didn't put those warnings on when this was happening a few years ago. Not many people even knew about it because most kids that saw it happen didn't tell their parents about it. They didn't want to not be able to play their games, so they kept it a secret. So this character that was popping up in the kids' games, they weren't even, it's like a crime that didn't get exposed for a while.
That is horrible. That is
That's
beyond.
how twisted this
It's no
world can
wonder.
be.
It's no wonder there's so many suicides. If this is, I mean, and it's no wonder I harp on my grandkids constantly. Get out of that phone. Get out of the games.
You just
Don't
got
do
to
this.
really watch what they're into. You
Yes.
do. I hate to say that. You got to monitor it because of things like that.
Yep. Well, I always have my kids, and hopefully my kids are doing it to my grandkids. But
Well, there's some.
even
I
with the
think
cell
subliminal
phones,
messaging works on people. They've already proved it's been
yes,
used secretly. All right. So it's just if somebody doesn't have a resistance to that type of thing, that could be a bad scene.
yes. Well, if you get someone that's depressed already, you know,
Yeah.
clinically
Yeah.
diagnosed depression, and then they're doing something like that,
But
trying to target.
there's a whole type of people out there that get off on it. If they could get somebody to off themselves over something they did, they'd actually be proud of it.
I just can't understand it.
And that's a good
I,
thing. 'Cause you never will, really. It's that you have a
I don't want to.
conscience and a soul, and you will never be able to understand that type of thinking because you're too good of a person. It's beyond your capability of understanding.
Night Red.
Red, have a good evening. Have a good
Good
I,
sleep.
night, Red.
I know the first one of my daughters, when she was still at home, one of my so-called best friends bought her a cell phone after I said she could not have one. And so about once every 2 weeks, I'd tell her, hand me your phone. And she was like, what? And I said, hand me your phone. And I'd start going through it to see what kind of people she was talking to, what she was doing on it. Because I knew how to go through it and see the history and everything. And um, if I saw something that, like, there was one name of a person and it was called Death something. And I said, this phone is mine now until you quit doing
Deathless.
this stuff, get rid of this person.
Was it called Deathless?
I can't remember what it was called, but it was text messaging. She was talking to him, whoever he was.
Hmm.
And I would even go so far as to text in there, this is her mother. You contact this phone number again, I will call the police. Because you never know how old they are, nothing. There's no way to tell.
True.
But yeah, my kids, they, now that she's grown, she's all, I totally understand everything you did and why you did it. And
Oh boy.
but at the time, of course, I hate you. I'm
Yeah, they're
like,
pretty
that's
naive
okay.
with you.
Yeah. I was all, that's okay. I love you. And I'm doing this because I do love you.
That's kind of like seeing a 10-year-old doing things I did when I was 10 old. You know, it changes the whole idea to me. Like, oh my God.
Yeah. And I think, because it sounds like you kind of had same thing. My mother was working all the time. So a lot of times I was on my own, and thankfully I wasn't, I was bad, but not bad, bad. And I think that that's a lot of the problem. And that's why I keep saying the family unit has got to be built back up because, um,
You know, it was all about girls. And,
all about girls.
yeah, she'd leave me at home, and I'd want to go see this certain girl,
Oh, yeah.
whichever one it was there lied my weakness.
I was a hitchhiker, and now I think about it, and I think if my girls would have ever done that, I would have just it would have just killed me.
There was a time where I got out of the juvie. I think I was almost 14. I was still 13, I believe. And I got out of the juvie because I'd been good a long period of time and was like trying to work my way back. And I found out the girl that I had been seeing for a while. She was my girlfriend, legitimately. I found out
Hmm.
her dad was abusing her.
And
And I mean, kicking her ass, kicking her sister's ass, kicking her brother's ass.
yeah,
And she didn't want me to do anything physical about it. So I'm like, we're going to California, screw all this. We're leaving. She's like, I'm in, let's go. So me and this girl, we ran away together, and I had it, all my camping gear and my tent, and the idea, I had a little money, and the idea was to get enough money to get out of the state. So we camped out in between Oxford and Lake Orion, a real wooded area I knew, and we'd only leave when we had to go do something, and we went into town, got something, and came back, and we were walking down this long dirt road, and here come her parents, and they saw us duck into the swamp, and you heard the car speed up and stop, and I knew that the girl I was with wasn't going to get away. All right, she wasn't a runner, and it wasn't going to be a good deal.
oh
So
no,
I gave myself up at, with her. All right, so she wouldn't get her ass beat. I was like, all right, you know, you, you can take her back, but I'm going with you. So I got in
right,
the car with the parents and her, and went back to their house. And of course, now I know the cops are coming, so I got to go. And I got away, and then some time passed, and I ended up turning myself in and all this. And I heard that he had beat the crap out of her, and I broke out of the juvie just to see her. And it turned into a multi-police station chase for me. And I ended up stealing a motorcycle to get away, and I did get away, but it was a mess. Right? It screwed up a lot of my time. It
yeah.
was just a mess. I can't ever forget. I went to his house. I broke out of the juvie. I went to the house, bang on the door. They wouldn't open the door. And I knew I only had a certain amount of time. As soon as I heard the sirens coming, that's when I left. I didn't see her for years after that either. They wouldn't let me see her. our relationship dissolved, of course.
Yeah. Mm. And the
Well, I
police would
mean, I'm
to you
I'm going to
about,
write this all down. I'm going to write it all down, Bonnie. I got a story, a long one, about 6 years of childhood craziness.
yeah. I, that's some of my friends that grew up with parents and normal lives, I guess you would call it. They're all, you should write a book. I said, nobody wants to read that. I want to
For
forget
real,
it.
for real.
But
People like it seems like people like to hear about it. I mean, I've been egged on.
no, it's, but the police wouldn't believe you that that was going on.
You know, at that point, because I'd already been in so much trouble before, that's like busting parole or something.
Oh,
You know, you're already guilty. They're going to
yeah,
take you back there no matter what.
that's horrible. And you were trying to rescue her. Of course, I would have taken the other two too.
I wanted to beat the living snot out of that big son of a gun.
Yeah,
And I probably could have done it at that time too, because I was pretty wiry.
I think that's why it gets to me so bad about the children. All these children coming in unaccompanied, no families, no nothing. Where are they sending them? Where are they taking them?
Wherever they get the most money out of them.
I think about it more than once every day, Bonnie.
I know.
I'll be right back.
That saying they got out there, those that know don't sleep.
Yep. There was this, I remember this song. I have no idea what the name of it is. Shane would probably know it. It was a country song, and it's about a child that's hiding behind the sofa when the parents are, I guess they're beating each other up, or I don't know what's going on.
See,
And
I don't know that one.
the,
That's it.
it's like Jesus was there with the little boy or something behind the sofa. I can't remember. I don't know. It must have been a video because that just stuck in my mind. Yeah, yeah, I understand that. Some of y'all, I don't think you'd ever sleep.
No, you know, when you're young, you don't know the morals of life as well. You know, like I like I've said before, when my dad was killed when I was really young, I knew the guy that I found out who did it. The guy who hit my dad. He was near Romeo, Michigan, but he went out to do his pigeon thing. He had a lot of homing pigeons, and on the way home or on the way there, a guy in a Cadillac came over a hill in the wrong lane and hit my dad head on. And he had a '69 brand new GTO, one of the convertibles, and
Um,
it it crushed every bone in his body. He lived for almost 48 hours, and from what I hear, all he kept saying was my family. so he was coherent through part of it. But I found out who was driving out of the car. The other guy was unscratched. He's known as a town drunk, and he was drinking. He was drinking, and
Yeah.
I can remember being about 7 years of age and laying in the weeds of the field behind that person's house and just watching. You know, he lived miles away from me, and I would sneak onto that property and I just watched the house. I had so much anger, so much pent up in me when I really found out what had happened and who did it. I had, thoughts of doing evil things to this guy, and I was very young.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't ever do the things I thought of doing to him, but it kind of taught me not to not to hold too much of a grudge. It can be really caustic to a person to hang on to that kind of hate.
Bonnie, a second ago you said you was talking about a song about a child. Uh, could you go through that again? I missed part of it.
Said
Okay.
you'd know the song. It was hiding
Yes.
behind the couch, and
And Jesus was there with him.
Well, I remember one. It was by Martina McBride. It was called Independence Day. That was about like that. And he finally got caught doing what he was doing. And they took his ass to jail. And that was called Independence Day by Martina McBride. Now, who sang the song? Was it a man or a woman?
I don't know. I just remember I must have seen the video, and I just know it was a country song.
Because Martina McBride, that song she sang, there was a young girl hiding behind the couch. And that's what made me remind me of that song.
Maybe it was a girl. Did you ever see the video?
Yeah, I seen the video.
Was Jesus there with the child?
Yes.
Okay, then that must be it.
That's what gave her the strength. She went
Yep.
down to the local fair, and that's where she's singing. It's Independence Day.
Yeah.
Because that's the day he got caught.
I'm going to
Yeah.
look that up one way or another.
Yeah, a little boy hiding behind the couch because the parents are scuffling, and he's whooping up on her. Yeah, but if it's a little boy, I'd have to think a little bit because
It could have been a girl. I mean, it's been so many years ago that I saw it.
yeah,
Yeah, I've
only
heard
one.
Concrete
Well,
Angels.
huh?
I've heard Concrete Angels too, country homesteading.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know a lot of Martina McBrides. I remember her when she first started. She started dating. It was called The Ride, was the name of the band, and she started dating the lead singer. And they found out she had a voice. And see, a friend of mine used to play drums for her because they just lived an hour and a half northeast of me, was where Martina McBride grew up. And he used to be the drummer for Martina, and a little band she had. It was just a little fun band. But Ride come along, and she got to dating him, and that's why when she first started, it was McBride and a Ride. And she was so overwhelming to the public. That's when she went out on her own, and it was Martina McBride.
Yeah.
Country Homestead, the song is by John Montgomery.
The little girl.
Little Girl by Montgomery. I'm going to have to go look at that. I don't know if I remember that. I probably will as soon as I hear it.
I love John Michael Montgomery. That wouldn't surprise me if it was.
Let me see if I can find my phone, and I will. It's in my 8. Okay, I got it back now. I'll just pull it up on my mixer box, but I won't turn on my speaker. It'll pull it right up. Not a big deal.
I think I found it. Tell you in a minute.
I think I did too.
It's called The Little Girl. Yeah, The Little Girl. I probably know it. Not many of them I know.
Never spoke of his name. Never really
Whoops.
I know I live it now.
That is it. I know I've said Jesus take the wheel a whole lot. Oh, I remember that, Ted.
Yeah,
Till Tuesday, yeah.
I'll see what I can do about that one. That's a good song. I remember it now. That's a pretty old song.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's been years ago. Couldn't
That's like
be.
Martina McBride's. Hers was back then too. Not the same era. Within the same, 5, 10 years.
No, I don't think that's it. That's not, and look at how many there were about stuff like that was
Oh
going
yeah.
on.
Almost makes you wonder if they was trying to tell a story, trying to tell us something.
Yeah.
Almost. Future proves past.
Well, maybe this is it. Now it's changing again.
I get that one, Eric.
Do what? Come on.
Eric's last comment, pretty clever. Didn't really like that gal, but when she stood up in the movie theater and belted that out, it was pretty impressive.
But
That song by Till Tuesday,
hmm
Voices Carried.
yeah,
Hey Vicky.
I tried to listen to songs that were strengthening, like um, Roar. I think it was called Roar.
Right.
Katy Perry. Is that?
Hello, Rider.
Low Rider.
That was Roar. I saw a group called Roar. They did that.
No, Roar, like a lion roar.
Oh, okay, all right.
Country homestead, yes, I'm sniffling. We got a pollen count that's out the roof right now by Chadro or some crap, tree pollen and grass. And I never had allergies. The last 2 months, yes, I have been in 3 months. I have been in a fight with my nose. Seems like in the mornings it's gooed up. Once I get up, move around, it's like a waterfall.
That sounds like an allergy.
Yeah, it's an allergy.
I was a little disappointed to find out that you can pick up an allergy throughout your life at any given time. The older
You're what
you
now?
get, the more likely you're going to get one. Because I never had them in all my life, but I know what you're talking about, and I don't know what causes it. Every once in a while, I'll have that.
Yeah, yeah, it's something else. I don't think it's actually true allergies. I think the pollen mixed with possibly, not quite possibly, some of the mosquito sprays they spray and some of the stuff that's coming out of the atmosphere from
Could
these
be.
planes may have
Now
something
that
to
you
do with it.
mention it, I haven't experienced any of that lately. Quite a while, actually.
Yeah. I don't
Country
know
home.
what does it. It's
Oh, go ahead.
allergists told me it's your immune system fighting. It's like it takes on a war inside your body. So
It's so funny you say that, Bonnie. You know, there's this black and white film that they used to show in school. I've been looking for it for a long time. I cannot find this, but it was a cartoon, black and white. You know, you used to have to pull out the projector for the classroom, that kind of thing. It was on that type of projector, I remember, that showed a war going on in your body with like the white blood cells fighting off bacteria. And it was, and I remember the film from the 60s, but I can't find it anywhere. On
yeah,
YouTube, nowhere.
and you keep hearing about all these autoimmune. Well, you wouldn't believe the list for an autoimmune disease. Even rheumatoid arthritis is in that.
Hmm.
So any of those things makes your body react differently to stuff than it used to. And high stress. If um, years ago they called it a nervous breakdown. Um, Something happened that I swear that's what I had. I don't know, but that's when I started. I mean, it was like everything I was eating, I would have an allergic reaction to it until that one time I had anaphylactic shock, and that's when I was like, I could eat. I think all I was eating then was oatmeal, and then um, if you eat the same thing all the time, that can develop into an allergy. So that's when I turned to beef, and so far it's been okay.
Country homesteading. I did see that. Like I said, I've never really followed that stuff. Never have. So I don't know what was said, what wasn't. That was just you look back, and then you look forward. It's the same things happened in the past.
Take care, Eric.
Damn.
Goodness.
Would you inhale?
Strawberry.
Why did you inhale it? You should chew on it. Inhaled a strawberry.
And you just sit there and let her choke to death. Huh?
Yeah, she fell on the floor. It'd have knocked it out. It'd have been all right. It's concrete floor. No, she was fine.
Mm-mm.
You gonna make it? You don't think so? Get you a drink of something, water or something. It'll stop that coughing. It'll help rinse down whatever's still kind of wedged up in there. Just don't take a big, deep breath when you do it. Then we'll be giving you CPR trying to get you from undrowning.
Good health. I believe that. That I was just saying today, I need to get back when Chuck showed that picture. Need to get back to the uh, apple cider vinegar and stuff
Maybe
like
y'all,
that.
maybe y'all can tell me if you snort a strawberry, does it give you a buzz or something? I don't know what the hell she's doing there.
What?
She said she inhaled it, and Chuck goes, "You okay? Don't inhale food." Wow. She's fine now.
The dark side of food comes.
Oh yeah. Food's always great to talk about, but you gotta be careful. Don't snort it and don't inhale it. My nephew, we go into Billy's up at Liberal, Kansas, good place to eat with him. Oh, they didn't have anything that was a special we really wanted. We just ordered cheeseburgers. We got cheeseburger and fries one day. And they brought them to us, and we were sitting there. And Ben picked up his burger and took a bite. I picked up mine, took a bite, sat down, ate two fries, picked up my burger to eat another bite. His burger was gone. I said, "Did you taste that thing?" What do you mean? So I finished my burger and I said, "Here, eat them fries. Eat every one of his fries or one of my." When I say fries, they don't give you just a little bit. They give you a whole meal worth of fries. I mean, you can make a meal out of it.
Yep.
And so, yeah, he must have been hungry.
Corn, huh? Corn's hard to digest too.
You can't really.
I don't like corn.
I love the taste of it, but you can't digest. Damn it, you can't digest it.
Bless you.
Well, thank you. I don't know where that come from. Yes, that is good, Chuck.
Yep.
Every time I get real, damn it. Every time I get real potato fries, yeah, I'd always order a side of gravy. Thank you again. I just did all at once.
Go blow your nose, it'll help.
Yeah, I got plenty right here. I can just blow it right where I sit. I just hit mute this time.
All right, I'm set. I got another cup of coffee.
Yeah, I saw you like the picture of that tent. It's pretty
What
cool.
was that?
Your tent.
What'd you say? Well, that was the latest one I designed and made. I still have it, but that's not the one I'm in. That was a smaller version I made for weekends, so I don't have to set up the whole big one, you know.
Oh, okay.
The big
But
one.
thank you. I'm in the big one right now. That one's about less than half the size of this one.
I still want to see a picture of that one.
I got a whole bunch of boxes laying around right now. I'm packing up stuff and shipping stuff off. So, but after I clean it, I'm gonna do a little short video tour of this tent.
Cool. Okay, Deanna's got good news for us. She looks
No
all
good news.
happy.
Nope. I wish I had good news.
Dadgummit.
Wish I had good news.
City
No.
Council.
Mm. The news is it's hopeless for California. It's just hopeless. Nobody gives a shit here. Um, in Eureka, in Arcata, they do. That is where the hippies are. They're in Arcata, fighting back the developers. They've always been good at that. But in Eureka, they're about to elect a criminal for mayor, and nobody showed up.
Hmm.
I mean, a few of us showed up, but we're just the riffraff. We're just a bunch of ragamuffins. We're not gonna change anything over there. Hi, Jen. I hate to hear me saying this, but
How
what do
big
you,
is your city council? How many members are on it?
um 5, but it was supposed to be a thing for their election tonight, and none of them were there. It was just everybody else who runs the city right now and what they do and their position. So it was very interesting to learn what I my takeaway was, damn, I've been involved in this the last year, and I still don't even know, you know, a lot of what they're talking about. But when I spoke up, it's clear that they don't really care about what we want, because the last time I was, well, not the last time, but a few times ago, I was at a meeting. It was packed with all the business owners trying to stop the transit center. And that's what I kept asking him about tonight. I'm like, hey, because he at one point he just said to me, well, nothing's going to stop that with like a smirk, this like smirk. And I was like, really taken aback by it, because I asked where that project was, because they had been served notice to cease and desist. And that's what I said. And he's like, well, nothing's going to stop that. And I was like, okay. And I asked him, well, I got an interview out of him. I recorded him for like 6 minutes. I'll share it on the channel tomorrow, but um, it's just not looking promising for Eureka. It looks good for Arcata, which is my town, and I realize that's where I need to focus. I've been all in the wrong town, because that's where the board of supervisors are. That's the business district and everything, but um, still
Right.
confused. Still confused. Still, chasing one meeting after another. I had all 3 affidavits ready, though. We did get them notarized today. We didn't want to serve them. The mayor wasn't there. So,
Yeah.
but we did get that done. And so that was great. I got 2 signatures on it this time. So one more than last time. But see, we got our notary and everything to do it. It's just like, damn, I can serve all these guys up the wazoo, and then what? Who's gonna run the fucking town? You know, you know what I
Could
mean?
it be? Could it be disillusion, where people are just disillusioned with everything and not getting involved?
They're distracted. They're in California Disneyland. It's outdoor Disneyland out here, 24/7, 365. If it ain't surfing, it's skiing, backpacking, swimming. It's like that.
Hmm.
But I'll try to figure it out. I just shit, I don't know what to think anymore, you guys. I just think, half the country wants us to fall into the ocean. The other half thinks we deserve this. And I'm just here to tell you we don't. We don't really deserve it, but that's what a lot of the
I just
patriots
saw
do.
that, on selection night. I
Yeah.
watched your state turn blue in a moment,
Yeah.
without even the numbers in yet. All right, it just went blue. Then the numbers came out the next day,
Right.
and I saw the first Lindell release of all the information, and I've seen other information that actually says that state, even your state, was red.
Yeah.
And the only reason it went blue, of course, was for obvious reasons. But where are they? Where are those people? Are they leaving? As much as I've heard, even companies are leaving that state.
Yes.
Yeah, they are leaving. And I got to go too, you guys. But I wanted to check in with you guys and just say hey, because I tried to get on when I was driving and I had a little more energy then. And I came home, had to deal with an abscess with a cat and feed the horses and all this shit. But um, I wanted to get on and just say hey. And I wish I had better news. But I went and did the thing. I felt good about it. I'm trying. I'm still doing that. But I just wanted to be raw and real with you. Like, we're still floundering here. We're still floundering here, and that includes me. But I'm trying. So you guys are such a
Yeah.
good support, and I just wanted to say hi. And I love you, Bonnie, and
Love you
Shay,
too,
Shimo,
hon.
and all you in chat.
And
Yeah, I'll
Well,
see you
don't run
guys.
away yet. Who is it that sent those photos you sent me?
That was Mama T.
Okay, those looked a lot like the ones I got and
if you're
posted on my
like,
community page. Did you look at
Oh
those?
no, I will though. I will. But she took them that night. Yeah.
And I'm not the only one that's recently got those kind of pics. I've seen two other people that have gotten similar ones
Hmm. Yeah.
recently. That's a coincidence, isn't
Yeah. Cindy, thank you. I love you guys. I'll see you around, okay?
There you go.
take care,
it?
G.
Bye.
Good night. Bless her heart.
Yeah. It's
See, like here,
oh,
we can't get people to run for the positions. So the same people just keep getting it over and over and over. And I mean, they've been there for years. So to get them to change is like not going to happen. And there's just no one to replace them.
Well,
Well, hopefully it's the good ones, Chuck, that have been coming to Texas. I mean,
well,
yeah,
yeah.
most,
better left their politics at home and didn't bring them with them.
yeah, and that's most of them around me that I know are uh, so happy to be here, so happy to meet like-minded people, so happy to um, get away from the government that they were in. And
And the high taxes.
yes, that they're shocked at how low the prices are here, even though we think they're crazy high. And so I think that they're good people that really and truly just wanted to get away from their what was going on with their government.
Yep, Chuck. Same old Persian every time.
Yeah, and that's it till they fix. It's just going to continue. We're already seeing it.
Uh,
I'm gonna wrap this one up.
All right.
Thanks for having me up here, Bonnie.
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you, Carl.
It's always a good time. We'll see everybody somewhere soon. Love
All
y'all.
right.
You
See
take care.
y'all.
Love you too. Y'all keep up the faith.
Chuck, give us a minute.
Stay positive. Shine bright. We're gonna get through this. Love y'all. Y'all have a good night. God bless each and every one of you.
Told you you'd like it, country homesteading. She's a sweetie.
And thank y'all, new ones, for coming in. Appreciate y'all. It's good to meet you. Y'all try to get some sleep, get some rest. It's healing. Good night, everybody.